Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, I request everybody to please take your seats immediately. Our chief guest has arrived for the session and we are going to bring within a few minutes. So I request everybody please take your seats. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are beginning with our session today about risk assessment in the food safety segment. We are very happy to share with you that we have close to 88 delegates with us coming from 51 countries. Some of them are at this point of time attending the plenary session in the main hall, and most of you are with us right now. This being the first session, we have some of our members still on way, and I'm hopeful they shall be joining us shortly. Many of our experts member from our own scientific committee, they are about to join us. But our speakers for the day have arrived, and without wasting much time, I would like to welcome our keynote, Madam Hemlata, Secretary, Spice Board, Government of India, Mr. Vincent Arbuckle, Deputy Director General, New Zealand Food Safety, Ministry for Primary Industries, New Zealand. And I would like to invite Mr. Vincent Arbuckle to set the context for today's deliberations. Dr. Arbuckle oversees and manages food safety policies in New Zealand, and prior to this he was Deputy Director General Compliance and Governance, and he had held senior roles in New Zealand Fire Services and some other departments. So over to Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, namaste, and my warmest greetings to you all this morning. It's a privilege and an honour to join such an important event today and to spend time with colleagues from so many jurisdictions, learning from each other and sharing insights. A sincere thanks to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India and the World Health Organization for facilitating this masterclass today. I will offer some introductory thoughts to set the context for the wider discussion, and although these comments may come across as sobering and frank, I think there's also great reason to be optimistic for the future. The importance of evidence and science-based risk assessment as a fundamental underpinning for food safety has never been greater, but never been more challenging. As regulators and representatives of global fora such as Codex and WHO, we are faced with a convergence of heightened consumer expectations, rapid industry innovation with new production methods and novel foods, global trade disruption, challenges to the operation of international institutions, less public acceptance and agreement over science and evidence-based risk assessment. But on the flip side, there are major opportunities arising from technology and the forging of new alliances. Consumer expectations for safe, affordable, nutritious food that supports health and meets the values of consumers such as sustainability, animal welfare, cultural or religious beliefs have never been higher. Consumers globally rightly look to their governments, regulators and international structures to provide frameworks and assurances against these expectations. Ensuring trust in food is a fundamental role for states and a duty to their citizens. At the same time, the pace of industry innovation has accelerated. Many of these innovations seek to meet the new consumer expectations and preferences, but place greater pressure on regulators and international bodies to complete risk assessments and develop new standards rapidly, efficiently, and in a way that enables global trade to commence promptly. Regulatory fragmentation leads to slow country-by-country risk assessment and approval processes that are increasingly and rightly being questioned by governments, consumers, and industry. Trade disruption is impacting on predictable supply channels, weakening traceability, and adding complexity and introducing new information gaps to risk assessments. At the same time, commitment to international standards bodies is less certain, thereby limiting and slowing opportunities for international collaboration, professional development, and joint standard setting. Science and evidence-based risk assessment faces unprecedented challenges from misinformation, disinformation, social media-driven consumer concerns, and political agendas. At the same time, public trust and confidence in government continues to decline globally. It is no longer sufficient for regulators to rely on their science and technical competency to win the day with consumers. Regulators need to move from science to storytelling and build a trusted profile across mainstream and social media, as well as directly with vulnerable communities. With these challenges also come new opportunities and enablers. Technology offers a potential solution to many of the challenges facing risk assessors and managers. AI has significant potential to increase the speed and harmonisation of risk assessment, making assessments and the work of international experts more broadly available. Blockchain offers stronger traceability, and the Internet of Things offers real-time monitoring. As regulators, we need to grasp these opportunities with greater urgency, whilst at the same time being rightly cautious and careful in our implementation. Lastly, new alliances and fora such as today gives great hope that collectively we remain committed to our science and craft, the important institutions that support it, and the professional development of our scientists and regulators. I'm very much looking forward to the conversation today and the engagement, and thank you very much for this opportunity to set the context. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. And it's my pleasure to welcome Ms. P. Hemlata, Secretary, Spice Board, Government of India. Madam Hemlata is a 2002 batch Indian Administrative Services Officer from Karnataka. She also serves as the Development Commissioner of the Cochin Special Economic Zone, and as Secretary of the Spices Board, her role involves advancing the development and promotion of the Indian spice industry. And Madam is also in charge to look after the workings of Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. Over to Madam.
Distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it's a privilege to join this gathering at the Global Food Regulators Summit 2025, a forum where regulators, scientists, and institutions from across the world converge with a common purpose: to ensure that food, the most essential element of human life, is safe, nutritious, and accessible to all. Food safety today extends far beyond the realm of public health. It underpins consumer trust, drives sustainable trade, and safeguards economic development. In a world marked by rapid innovation, novel food categories, and evolving dietary preferences, our responsibility as regulators is to adopt science-based and globally harmonized approaches to risk assessment. This is the foundation on which robust, transparent, and resilient food systems must be built. India, as the world's largest producer and exporter of spices, shoulders a unique responsibility. Spices are not merely trade commodities. They embody our cultural heritage, wellness traditions, and centuries of knowledge. Since 2013, India has had the honor of chairing the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs. Through this platform, we have worked with global partners to develop harmonized international standards, ensuring that spices which connect kitchens across the continents meet the highest benchmarks of safety, quality, and fair trade. This leadership stands as a testament to how regulatory science, trade facilitation, and cultural heritage can converge to deliver global benefit. I wish to acknowledge the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, for its pioneering role in strengthening India's food regulatory ecosystem. Its collaboration with the World Health Organization in organizing the Masterclass on Food Safety and Risk Assessment during this summit is a landmark initiative. Among the many elements of food regulation, one of the most critical is the fixing of maximum limits for contaminants. It is therefore timely and appropriate that this session of the Global Food Regulators Summit is focusing specifically on this vital area. As we know, variations in geoclimatic conditions and agricultural practices contribute to differences in contaminant levels and pesticide usage. For India and similar developing economies, the task is to ensure that MRLs reflect both scientific validity and the ground realities of farming systems without compromising on safety. The real challenge, therefore, lies in striking the right balance, respecting local realities while aligning with a global scientific framework in standard setting. One of the persistent challenges we face in global food trade is the non-uniformity in setting maximum limit for contaminants. Different countries often prescribe different limits for the same contaminant, sometimes much stricter than international benchmarks. The challenge in international trade is that some regulatory regimes follow hazard-based limits, while others apply risk-based assessments. This divergence creates uncertainty, trade disruptions, and at times unrealistic compliance requirements. What we need is greater convergence towards science-based, risk-oriented MRLs that protect consumers while ensuring fair and practical trade opportunities. One of the recurring challenges in global food trade is the lack of mutual recognition of lab test reports. Even when products are tested in accredited laboratories that fully comply with international standards, many importing countries continue to insist on retesting at the port of entry. This practice not only causes delays but also adds cost and uncertainty for businesses. What we truly need is a framework for mutual recognition of test reports issued by accredited laboratories based on globally accepted benchmarks such as ISO 17025. Such recognition would build trust between regulators, reduce duplication, and facilitate smoother, faster trade. A platform like this summit offers the perfect opportunity to reflect on developing an international framework with definite checkpoints to strengthen mutual recognition of testing activities worldwide. Another area of concern for the spice sector particularly relates to ITC HSN codes, which are used for classification in international trade. At present, many spices and spice products do not have clear or distinct HSN codes, and in some cases, the codes are grouped under broad categories. This often leads to confusion in documentation, incorrect application of regulations, and difficulties in monitoring trade data. For a sector as diverse as spices, with whole, ground, blended, and value-added forms, it is important that HSN codes are more precise and aligned with global practices. Streamlining and updating the HSN classification for spices would improve transparency, ensure fair trade practices, and help regulators and businesses track the movement of these products more efficiently. Food safety is at its core a shared global responsibility. No single country can address these challenges in isolation. That is why gatherings like the Global Food Regulators Summit are so important. They must drive knowledge sharing, foster mutual recognition of regulatory frameworks, and promote collaborative research. By working together as regulators, we can truly future-proof the global food safety ecosystem, ensuring healthier populations, safer food, and more sustainable international trade for generations to come. As I conclude, let me reiterate the Spices Board's firm commitment to building food safety systems that are science-based, consumer-centric, and globally harmonized. We stand ready to work with all our partners in advancing this shared vision. I sincerely hope that this summit will not only generate meaningful dialogue, but also lead to action-oriented outcomes that strengthen trust among regulators, enable innovation across the food sector, and above all, safeguard the health and well-being of consumers worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hemlata. Wonderful insights, both from the standards point of view as well as the trade, especially the focus on spices. And on that note, I, along with the FSSAI and the Spice Board together would like to extend welcome to all the members present here for Codex Committee meeting on spices and culinary herbs, which is scheduled to be held in Guwahati from 13th of October till 17th. And before we move on to the next session, I would request that we would like to have a group photo, because we will miss if we try to do that later. And I request all the delegates to please join here, and we'll go for a group photo, and after that we'll move on to the next session. Thank you so much.
ठीक है।
So thank you very much for wonderful cooperation for this tricky photograph where we tried to accommodate everybody. More than 100 people, I guess, were there in a single picture. And I now would like to hand over the session to my colleague, Dr. Sanu Jacob, who heads our regional laboratory in south of India, Chennai. Over to Dr. Sanu Jacob.
Good morning, distinguished participants, my dear colleagues and friends. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to this FSSAI WHO Masterclass on Food Safety and Risk Assessment. This initiative represents a very timely and critical effort as food safety has emerged not just as a regulatory responsibility, but as a shared global priority linked directly to public health, consumer trust, and sustainable trade. The context of this masterclass is very clear. Food systems today are increasingly complex, globalized, and interconnected. With this comes both opportunities and challenges, new technologies, changing consumption patterns, and global supply chain which demand more robust, science-based approaches to ensure food safety. Risk assessments, as we all know, forms the cornerstone of the modern food safety management system. It provides the evidence base for good decision-making, helps the regulator to strike a balance between the safety and trade, and ensures that the consumer protection remains paramount. This masterclass, jointly organized by the FSSAI and the World Health Organization, offers a platform for the regulators, scientists, industry, stakeholders, and the academia to deepen their understanding of risk assessment frameworks and learn from the global best practices. It also underlines India's growing leadership in shaping the food ecosystem in alignment with the international standards. We are especially fortunate today to have with us our moderator, Sri Sanjay Daveji, who is also my good friend and former colleague. Mr. Daveji is a highly respected figure in the field of food safety, both in India and globally. He has served with distinction as the former chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission with the global food standards established by the FAO-WHO, which has been instrumental in advancing the Codex work in risk assessment and harmonization of food standards. His visionary leadership has also guided India's journey in strengthening its food safety framework and engaging with the global community on the issues of science, standards, and trade. With this brief context setting, I would like to invite Sri Sanjay Daveji to take the proceedings forward and guide us into the technical sessions of this masterclass. Sir Dave, sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanu Jacob. It's really nice listening to you. Thank you for the kind introduction. Namaste, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, congratulations to FSSAI and WHO for organizing this very important session of the GFRS. And thank you for inviting me to interact with such an illustrious panel of experts. And I'm happy to be the host of this session. I'm sure I'll have a lot of to learn from this discussion. After the context setting and the keynote address, we will now have a technical session on this important subject relating to the use of risk analysis in food regulatory decisions. We have very limited time left. We will learn about the advanced methods and tools for risk assessment in food safety and the standard setting process. After the two speakers, to conclude the session, my dear friend Dr. Gyanendra Gongal, Senior Public Health Officer from WHO, will conduct the Q&A session. Friends, we have two extremely knowledgeable and experienced scientists and scientific experts who have devoted their career in these areas, and we could not have had a better panel of speakers today. Let me briefly introduce them to you in the order in which they are listed in the program. Let me start with Dr. Diego Varela, former Vice Chairperson of Codex Alimentarius Commission. He works in the Chilean government and has the experience in international affairs, particularly in the food areas. He's come all the way from Santiago. Welcome, Diego, to India. He traveled more than almost 35 hours to travel up to Delhi for this program. Next, I would like to introduce Dr. Moez Sana, Senior Epidemiologist from WHO. A very warm welcome to you, sir, to this masterclass. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this session, we should be able to come up with some actionable points from all the regulators, which my dear friend Avilo will be moderating. So with your permission, may I first invite Dr. Diego Varela, and he will make a short presentation on risk analysis and its use in food regulatory decisions. Diego.
This is my presentation.
Yes, thank you for saving me from.
Did I mix it up?
Yeah, the first presentation is mine.
Ah, sorry, yes, you're right. So first is yours.
Should we have the right one?
That's mine. Should be switched to the other one.
Switched it.
But
Chair,
it-
do you want me to start or?
Yes, please. You start with the advanced methods.
Okay, thank you very much. It's always easier to speak before Moez than after Moez because he will set a very high standard. So I'm glad for that, and thank you for having me. It was a lot of hours to come here, but I would do it again, definitely. Distinguished authorities, colleagues, friends, all protocols observed, I'm really happy to be here, even though it's going to be for only 2 days. I'm also really happy to be back in India. And congratulations to FSSAI and WHO for organizing this session. For the slides? Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to give you an overview of what has been discussed in Codex on new food and production systems. For short, I'll call it NFPS. And I will also share with you just a hint, because I'm not a deep expert into risk assessment, but I have been working, I have been involved, and I have been learning a lot from that. So I'm going to share with you my experience on that. So it all started for Codex in 2021 when FAO and WHO timely asked Codex if there would be any potential opportunity for Codex to have international standards for this new trend that was happening. A lot of new products are coming out technology is advancing really fast, and it would be important for Codex to reflect on whether we should have international standards for these new production systems, for these new foods. So Codex, of course, takes the invitation from FAO and WHO in a well-structured document and starts asking questions. So remember, Codex is a member-driven organization. FAO and WHO play two roles. They are parent organizations and they are also observers. They don't make the decisions. The decisions are made by countries. So one first conversation that started is that any new work, any new revision of the standards that we have in Codex should be evidence approached. It must follow some criteria. It must meet some criteria to be developed. So you need to make sure that you have enough volume of production and consumption of these new food products. You would also want to see if there is relevant trade between countries. How diversified is national legislation? Is there a resultant or potential impediment to international trade related to these products? Is there actually international or regional market potential, or is it happening already? And if you want to get into the discussion on developing specific commodity standards that we call them, or let's say a standard for cell-based meat, you would first have to ask if there are other general standards in Codex that would satisfy that need, such as labeling, hygiene, etc. So those are questions that we ask ourselves in Codex before we embark on the process of discussing a standard, because it takes time, it requires money, so we're very thoughtful on what we do. So during those conversations, some of the things that came up is that some members were asking for more clarity on the definition of new food. And we saw this question asked yesterday, and I could tell you that I was chairing this group in the executive committee, and we went down the road of trying to figure out a definition for new foods, right? And the most accurate, or the best one that we could find, was from the European Union, and that was talking about a date. So before and after 1997. So asking why the date, and the rationale behind that, because they needed a date to come up with legislation. So we started thinking of other ways to have a definition that would encompass the whole spectrum of products that are new food products. And we were not able to find it, and it wasn't also serving the purpose of thinking of developing a new standard. And also, many members also raised the issue that for many of the products that we were seeing, they were not really new food sources, rather different food products that were produced by new technological methods, or some food products that were not known to some countries. Some countries would have never thought to have protein from insects or to eat different plant-based products, but other countries would say, this is very common for us. It's not new for us. Why would you call it a new food? And most observers, remember, so we have members in Codex, which are countries, and they are the ones that guide all the decisions, but we also value the input from observers, which is different institutions, private industry, non-governmental organization, multilateral organizations. They were also saying that there might be concern about labeling of those products, especially intending to replace an existing product. This was also raised by some countries. If you think of countries that have, let's say an example, meat production as a big economy and big part of their culture, there's then a new food product saying, we are better than meat, we are more sustainable, we want to replace meat. Of course, that generates a lot of discussions in Codex, because Codex is a risk management institution. Regulatory concerns such as diverse approval processes in different countries were raised. Also, labeling aspects relevant to consumer protection and fair trade practices, such as many of the claims that these new products are having, are they true or not? Can we say something in Codex, in the labeling committee? It's also related to food fraud, which has been discussed for several years, continues to be discussed in CCFIX, and I hope that we'll see someday the results of that. And some also concerns about the nutritional aspects of these food products. Are they really healthier? We need to investigate on that, countries were saying. So what was really generating a lot of consensus is that everybody was saying that we need to make sure that all these products are safe for consumption. And then the conversation started around, do we need a commodity standard? And a commodity standard, I mean a product standard, which my fellow vice chair yesterday said or referred to as a recipe. And in Codex, we are very good at making general standards that apply to all foods. We also have the commodity standards, but we should really think through the decision of whether we're going to do a commodity standard or something more general that is applicable to many food products, or that already exists and may be amended to satisfy the need for those products. So, going now into risk assessment, and again, I'm not an expert, but I've been involved in some of these publications, and we have had many interesting discussions around them. These are some of the publications that are out there from FAO and WHO, because at the same time, and in parallel, in which by the time that they were asking Codex, would you be interested in doing some international standards, they were also working on all the science part behind to make sure that thinking that these food products are safe for consumption, what could be next, etc. So out of these publications, and you can then read them, but I'm just going to share with you some general thoughts, is that hazard identification is just the first step of risk assessment. It is followed by hazard characterization. And at this point in time, what we are doing in risk assessment is hazard identification. So out of all these new food products, what hazards are there that may or may not cause a risk for human health? Then we need the other three steps, right? So we need to move on from hazard identification to hazard characterization. The third step, before we have a full risk assessment, is realistic exposure scenarios. So this is the exposure assessment. And we're not there yet with all the information that we have. And that is critical to really evidence, to really have a risk-based decision, right? And the limits for certain hazards should only be established for foods that are expected to significantly contribute to consumer exposure to that particular hazard. And remember, when we talk in Codex, we are talking about the whole system, the whole planet. So it's not just about one country, one market. It needs to make sense in the terms of global or regional standards. So for plant-based, and here I have some outputs out of that publication, increased consumption of some plant-based products may, and I emphasize, may increase exposure to toxins, foodborne pathogens, agrochemicals, and heavy metals. Allergenicity may be a concern. Consumers may perceive plant-based food products as safer than the conventional, and therefore might treat them differently, and that may, again, may cause some considerations in terms of risk. But I emphasize the may because if we start taking decisions on what may happen without really assessing, going through all the risk assessment, that would be a hazard-based approach. It would not be a risk-based approach. So we have to be careful with what we have on these publications. These are not risk assessments. Precision fermentation, on the other hand, is not a new technology. It's a technology that has been in place for many years, but it is, and there are procedures to make sure that the products out of precision fermentation are safe. But as we still start scaling up to mass produce these food products, it may introduce new challenges. Again, we don't know what those challenges are. We need to look into those challenges. We need to use science to make sure that we do the whole process. And safety considerations include allergenic risks of proteins that either mimic existing allergens or are altered in a way that may be allergenic or may not previously have been identified as allergens. So I have highlighted may in every occasion because that is something to remember. So cell-based food products, in order to conduct a proper risk assessment for cell-based food, it is essential to collect a sufficient amount of scientific data information that is required for exposure assessment and risk characterization. So we are only half the way there in risk assessment because we are starting to identify hazards, characterize hazards, but we need exposure assessment to do the proper risk characterization. I don't have much time, so I'll just go through some countries that are having these products on their markets, and this means that they have assessed the possibility of those products being a health concern, and they have regulation for that. So I have the United States, Singapore, Korea, Israel, the UK, the European Union, Saudi Arabia. To different levels and to different extent, they have these products on their shelves, and many other countries also do. The thing is that everybody's doing it in a different way, different methodologies. So companies that want to go global will have to face different procedures to accept and have their products on the market, and that is going to, or might create some trade issues. And just a reminder about the importance of risk analysis principles. So you do risk assessment, and then you do risk management. There's a continuous communication between both of them, but you need risk assessment to be independent enough to provide scientific information that risk management may or may not like. They will make the final decisions, but the science cannot be compromised. So you need the sufficient autonomy to say something to the risk management that maybe will not like, but it's what science is telling you. We need to preserve that to make better decisions, to strengthen national food control systems. So national food control systems that work on risk-based approaches do better, perform better than the ones that work on hazard approaches. So for the future of risk assessments for NFPS, I'm always careful when I talk about the future because nobody knows. But we don't know, and this was also part of the discussion in Codex, we don't know which products will finally be on the market. So this was the question. Should we start developing standards for products that we don't know yet if they will be successful from a business perspective to be on the market? Or should we just wait for them to be on the market and then come in with standards? Might we also be too late for them? So those are difficult risk management questions. And we also think that some of these products might consolidate, but we might also have a combination of these products. Some products that we don't know yet how they are going to be, but because of all these new technologies, we will have new products. They will mix precision fermentation with cultivated meat. We will have microalgae. We have plant-based. They will might all mix to have different products. And of course, we need more data in terms of exposure assessment. And for that, what you usually require is time. So population being exposed to what is being consumed. But we also might have another help here with the new approach methodologies, the NAMs. That might also be of help. This is new technology. It wasn't like really a big discussion when we started in 2021, but technology advances really, really fast. We should also know that when there is not enough information to make a standard, Codex could do other things. So we call everything standards, but you have standards, commodity standards, but you also have guidelines and codes of practice. And that is exactly what Codex has started to do. In the Codex Committee on Food Additives, there was a recent discussion on guidelines for food safety assessment for cell culture media. They decided that we are not ready to move forward yet. We need more discussion. That is something that sometimes happens in Codex. We need more information to make sure that we embark on a new standard, which will take time and resources, but we just want to be sure enough so we don't waste time and resources. And there's also a discussion paper on new work proposal for Code of Hygiene for cell-based foods that is going to be taking place later this year. And to finish, this is my perception based on my experience in Codex and reading and engaging in a lot of these publications. When new food products have great taste, when they are competitive in terms of price, when the issue around risk perception have been, resolved, or there is enough people that trust that these are safe products, when we have more clarity on the nutritional profile of these products and the claims on sustainability are also clear, I think we'll have a whole new scenario in which these new food products will not replace all the existing foods, but we have enough mouths in the world to feed, and we need to be better in terms of producing food, so they will definitely have a role to play in the future of more sustainable food systems. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Diego, for an excellent presentation. And you took the example of the cell-based foods, which is the most recent discussion in Codex, and I think it's an important subject for the future of the food industry. I would like to move over to Dr.
Can I just ask a question because I have to leave? So I just
You want to
wanted
take
a
the floor?
clarification.
Okay, yeah.
No, because I'm sorry I came late, so I couldn't see the whole presentation. But it's something which, two things which I just wanted to ask you. One is, as you said, we keep on waiting for more and more data for standards. But as you said, there is also something which we can go in a milder way, maybe guidelines or something at least, because, and what is your time frame? Like how long do you think it will take before, or is it already in the market, or how long do you think it's going to come? So it's a matter of time. So how long do you think before these new products will come? And is it possible to frame guidelines, if not standards?
Okay, so guidelines and codes of practice, it is definitely possible. It's what Codex is doing right now because there wasn't enough consensus for a standard. In terms of how long, Codex standards would usually, in average, take 4.2 years, but it can go as fast or as slow as countries want. So member-driven organization, it will be up to the countries how fast they want to go. My personal opinion is we could be there in a couple of years, but it will depend on all these discussions. And remember that some countries see this with some sense of curiosity, but are not yet convinced because they have the other traditional foods that they might also feel threatened to be replaced with the new food products. So we also need to work on that narrative. It's not competition. There's enough space for everybody to feed the world.
You're talking about when countries allow and when there's regulation, like cryptocurrency. Now, cryptocurrency, many countries do not allow, there's no regulation, but it's something that you cannot, it's something which is out of regulation, but it still comes into the market. Are these new products in the market right now, or?
Yes, definitely. In many countries that have clear regulation for new food products, they are on the market, but also in countries that don't have that clarity, they're also on the market. But it's creating some issues that we need to address. And again, we don't always need a Codex standard for everything. We just need to think through if it will add value. If it does, we'll do it. If it doesn't, countries can also resolve with using their autonomy to other countries.
Thank you, Diego, for answering these two questions. May I now invite Dr. Moez Sana, Senior Epidemiologist from WHO, and he will make his presentation on risk analysis and its use in food regulatory decisions.
Okay, thank you very much. So, waiting for... So, I'm currently working in WHO. I'm leading the risk assessment in nutrition and food safety in WHO, and mainly we are doing the work for the Codex Alimentarius. But before I arrive to WHO, I'm in WHO since 2021 only. But my background, I'm veterinarian epidemiologist. I started teaching epidemiology and biostatistics, and one day I received a special issue from OIE at this time, telling that, oh, there's a lot of article about risk assessment, can you review it? And at this time I said, okay, this is a good progression from epidemiology to risk assessment. It's something completely different that become proactive in making decisions, not like in epidemiology when we wait to see the problem and after that we try to solve it. And I started by animal health, animal welfare, moved to work as a panel member, expert panel member in EFSA in biological hazards. And after that I continued to do risk assessment in the French Food Safety Agency, where we try to combine different approach from different domains. In the Food Safety Agency in France, it's not only about food safety, it's about environment, occupational health, environment, plant health, animal health, food safety and nutrition. And this question about harmonization, yes, we try to put all together. And the problem of definition, how we define the problem are very important. So I try to put that together in 15 minutes to explain this experience and how we think risk analysis can continue to help regulator to make the decision. So the idea started with a very theoretical approach. We call it technocratic model, that we believe that science can solve everything. And we said we can go to evidence-based approach to solve problem, and we try to rely on empirical evidence to assess and manage risk associated with foodborne hazard, for example, and ensuring that decisions are grounded on solid scientific approach. But how to do that? And since 1983, there's two books important about risk analysis. The one we call the Red Book, the other one Silver Book. I can give you the reference later on. And the risk analysis, and said, okay, how we invite science in the decision processing, and how we invite science in risk in general. And the first approach was to have risk assessment, risk management. They are talking a little bit about communication, mainly about feedback between risk manager and risk assessment. But at this time, the approach was very strict separation between manager and assessor. And after that, we saw that it is not working very well, despite that we are explaining what we are doing risk assessment, what we are doing risk management. And came up this Silver Book for advancing risk assessment. And the idea was, before starting any risk assessment is not only scientific exercise, it's not an academic exercise. You can have a good scientific program, you can have PhD student, postdoctoral student, you can publish very good paper, but for me it's not risk assessment. Risk assessment starts maybe with problem formulation. And all the work done and what Diego present is a good example of problem formulation, because we are talking about novel food, new approach, what we are talking about. So it's very important that we start with very clear problem formulation. Why we are doing risk assessment, for which purpose. And after that, we go to planning and assessment. Risk assessment tools are used to determine risk under existing condition and under potential risk management options. So when we are talking about what is the objective of risk assessments, how we define novel foods, at the end of it, it's not, the real problem is not definition. I understand that when you are doing standards in the codex, you want to define everything. But the problem, if you continue with trying to define what is novel food, the problem is, do any production of food, it will lead to emerging risk. And we should center mainly on the risk rather than on the products that are bringing the risk. So, and in this Silver Book, we are talking about risk management, risk and non-risk information is integrated to inform choice among options. And here we recognize that not only the science that brings the decision is not what is about the risk, but we have sustainability, we have socioeconomic factors that are needed to be integrated during the decision. And that's why the risk analysis is not only about science. Science is very important. We need to communicate the science in a good way. And the science is used to solve a problem. If there is no problem, we don't need risk assessment. So we are bringing, and the solution and the decision need to take into account what science is bringing and all the other factors. We call them legitimated factors in the Codex Alimentarius manual. So how the risk assessment or risk analysis in general story is very small, but just to show that it is well stated in Codex Alimentarius, and if you look to the Codex Alimentarius Commission Procedural Manual, there is one chapter about risk analysis and how to implement risk analysis, and very clear explanation what risk assessment is bringing to the different Codex committees. And the role of, for example, GECFA, GEMRA, GMPR is well stated in different Codex committee, and how to plan, what are the questions asked, and what we expect from the different expert bodies, what you expect from risk assessment. And here, you ask the question, what are the guidelines? We need some guide to know data, because you say we are missing data, but we are not explaining which data is needed for risk assessments. And you can find some idea in the Codex Alimentarius Commission Procedure Manual, but it is mainly coming from the risk assessment expert bodies. So when you, in risk assessment, for example, for GMPR, for pesticide residues, we have guides for monographers, how to do the, what we need as data to do the risk assessment. The same thing for GECFA. So we have some guides which data are needed. So, so we are talking about harmonization, but what is important when we start risk assessment, there's some foundation for risk assessment that are very important. First, we have a lot of evidence, I call them lines, different lines of evidence that are needed to make some decision and to categorize the hazard, and the exposure scenarios are very important. So you can apply that everywhere. This is the beauty of this approach. Whatever, novel food or old food, if you have a good question, you can answer the question using this framework. So first, if you are talking about toxicology, toxic elements, talking about viruses, pathogen in general, what you need is to understand what is the adverse effect. Is it a hazard? Is it a hazard? That means, is there any adverse effect? So we are looking at different types of data, in silico data, in vivo data, in vitro animal studies, epidemiological study that provides a lot of evidence to understand the hazard. So once we have that, we can define hazard identification, which is demonstration of the causality. If, for example, you eat a certain amount of arsenic, after a certain amount of arsenic, you will see some adverse effects. So the adverse effect should be linked to arsenic. We have some difficulty, for example, aspartame. For aspartame, is there any causality that link aspartame to cancer? We don't have a good answer to that, for example. And what we call hazard characterization, when using all those data, is to provide a dose response model. Because if you are exposed at low dose, you can say it is still safe. But if you are exposed to higher doses, you have higher probability to experience the adverse effect. So this is the approach is very important, and the data on dose response model are very important for the regulation, because you can set a safe level. I don't like a safe level because food safety is not binary, it's not safe and safe. This is what you want as a regulator, but it's something in between. You have a lot of things in between when you can, it's a matter of probability. You increase the probability of an adverse effect or you decrease the probability of adverse effect. So this is important so we understand that one pesticide compound, one drug residues or whatever, it can be methyl mercury, it can be food additives. We understand the hazard. and at which level we observe. But this is the hazard approach. What we need to make this hazard approach in the context of the exposure. So the exposure is very important. So we need to have an idea about the consumption data, food contamination, at which level the food is contaminated, so the good scenario, and how much we consume, and we assess the exposure. But this food contamination data, we can derive them from monitoring, or we can do some experiments, like in pesticides. If we want to have an idea about the level of residues, we develop supervised trial to understand the level of residues. The same thing for veterinary drugs. So the approach can be different if you are in pre-marketing or post-marketing evaluation. When you are in pre-marketing evaluation, you don't have monitoring data, so you rely on the data provided by the sponsor. If you are in post-marketing or natural contaminated food, you can use a lot of monitoring data, and you can have more representativeness and more realistic scenario when you are doing exposure assessment. When we combine both, we end up with risk characterization that provide answer recommendation for maximum residues, levels, control measures. So we can provide a lot of answer to the risk manager. So this is very important, and the idea here that do we need to duplicate this work everywhere? Should we, if all those line evidence was addressed by Europe, addressed by New Zealand, addressed by Australia, or by India, or by any trusted authority, should we need to repeat everything? No, because I don't think that the impact, the toxicology would change from one region to another one, because it is exactly the same thing. So we need to mutualize our efforts, that this part, looking at hazard identification and hazard characterization, be made at the global level or by trusted organization, and we can reuse the output of those analyses or as part of the risk assessment. However, the exposure assessment can differ from one country. We are not eating on the same time. There's different cultural aspect, economic aspect, the affordability of food. And that's why exposure assessment need to be tailored to the region and to the countries. And that's why we decide to develop, we will launch soon, a full program on exposure, dietary exposure assessment in India, that would last for, we have a lot of online, we start with online phase, and we finalize with the in-person session to bring more capacity building and more tools and techniques to do this exposure assessment in the right way. So I see that you are looking to me to finish as soon as possible. But what I say is just to very quickly, I will not go to the details, that how we organize that. We organize that since 1956, we have JECFA with different subcommittee, food additives, contaminants in food, and veterinary drug residues. We have, since 1963, GMPR, Joint FAO WHO meeting on pesticide residues, and we have GEMRA in 2000, expert meeting on microbiological risk assessment, and in 2009 we have GEMNU for expert meeting on nutrition. And you see they are very specialized. Now we can think in the next future, should we have more other type of expert meetings, overarching, because for the moment they are very specialized, and we see that if you are looking at novel foods, we need to look at all those aspects on the same time and not in separate way. Okay, so just very quickly give you, I think that those slides can be shared, and just to show that the risk assessment and our evidence based for food additives, you have the database of food additives. You got, all the documents, all the risk assessment are available, so you can use the QR code and you have access to the database. The same thing for vet drugs, for contaminants all the reports are available, and the same for pesticide residues in foods. And for microbiological risk assessment, we have all the reports are available. And I would like to show that because in microbiological risk assessment, sometimes we need more quantitative approach, more probabilistic approach. So, for example, we are developing web-based application where a country can put their parameters and run the risk assessment done at the global level to adapt it to the condition of the country. So we did that for the cereal monocytogenes in ready-to-eat food, and we have the same project ongoing on one of the leading foodborne pathogen, Campylobacter and Salmonella in poultry. It will come and will provide tools that country can use them to do their own exposure assessment. So with that, thank you very much for the opportunity to present very quickly what you are doing in WHO and the opportunity to provide more collaboration with country mainly on exposure assessment. And after that, I prepared a quiz so we can revisit those concepts at the end of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moez Sana, for the very enlightening presentation. And in fact, this is the very basis of all risk assessment in all kinds of contaminants in food. And we've had the pleasure of working with Dr. Gongal on risk analysis, risk assessment, capacity building programs in India. We did one in Lucknow, but perhaps in the presence of Mr. Rajat Purani, I must say that this is a very important area of work for food regulator, for the regulatory work. And I think we really need to work with WHO. Dr. Gongal has been very active, and we need to organize more such capacity building programs on risk assessment for various kinds of contaminants in food, because that is the very basis of setting regulatory standards. So thank you very much for your presentation. Now, in the interest of time, I am not taking the floor to draw the conclusions, but I would leave it to Dr. Gongal to do the honors after the Q&A session, which he's going to moderate. So I would now like to hand over the floor to him.
Thank you very much. We had excellent presentation from Moez and Diego on risk analysis to inform policy and regulatory decisions, and safety analysis on novel foods such as plant-based meat, culture meat, and fermented meats, for which we are going to develop Codex standards. But it does not prevent us to develop code of practices, because Codex standards take time, 4.5 years. We have also fast-track mechanism. We can do earlier than that time. So it is now, floor is open for discussion for 10 minutes, but it does not prevent us to interact with speaker during coffee break. Please introduce yourself and identify a speaker who should respond to your query. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think excellent presentation. So I have a question for Diego. I just wanted to know on two counts. One, when we talk of the new food that are coming up, NFPS. So if you look at the aspect of new drugs that come to market, they have some work that has already been done, and then they look for post-marketing surveillance to ensure whether, how these foods are performing. So you think that could be a way forward, like our CEO mentioned, that we could have some guidelines for the foods to come to market, or wherever they are already in market, can we do a food kind of surveillance to see if they have any issues? And a second question would be, is Codex looking forward towards molecular gastronomy? How they're going to handle the risk assessments for molecular gastronomy?
Okay, thank you for your first question. I think there's a lot that we could learn from the drug industry. The only thing that I think is different is communication, because food is very different from drugs, and how people relate to food is also very different from how they relate to drugs. So we would have to find a way in which we could approach that, but also be successful in not creating panic or anything. So, two different industries, we can learn from them, but also very different in terms of perception on how we feel food as part of our culture, our interaction, our family. So there's potential to go there. And the second question was, sorry, could you remind me?
So that was related to molecular gastronomy, which is coming up in a big way. They're trying to see how they can come up with better tastes so that they actually attract more people to eat that food.
Okay, so far we've been discussing of different new food sources without defining them. At some point we might go to the place in which we will need to define them, and that will be a big problem, very difficult, but we could be there. But so far, there hasn't been any request from Codex to make a risk assessment, because as Moes was explaining, there needs to be a proper understanding on what are you asking. So there needs to be communication between risk management and risk assessment. We haven't gotten to that part. So any need for a risk assessment on molecular food might have to go through all the stages before, in which we understand the problem, we think through the problem, we think that we really need a Codex standard, and if we decide all that, then we ask the question, do we need a risk assessment for that? And then it would follow. But we're not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have second question.
My question is to Dr. Sana. When we are talking about microbial risk assessment, are we also talking about the molecular part of the microbial risk assessment, or we are talking only about the cellular levels?
I think you are referring to antimicrobial resistance, isn't it? Or about the molecular, the toxin, yeah.
Yeah. My question was whether we are looking only at the molecular cellular level risk assessments, or even the molecular risk assessments connected with the microbial systems.
Okay. So in any case, when you are looking at a bacteria or virus, we are looking at the bacteria and the mode of action. So if there's if there's infection, we try to understand how the adverse effects will occur. So some of the bacteria, they are known that are producing some toxin. So we can look at the toxin instead of produced by the bacteria, instead of the bacteria itself. So this is what we can do. But when you are talking about molecular, it's a little bit confusing, because we are talking about a lot of molecular risk assessment, because you are using whole genome sequencing, or because you are using some characterization of the bacteria. Yes, of course, all those information are used. They are part of the evidence. So I think this is the audit approach that we think that regulator will tell you exactly which data you need for your product to be approved or not. But I think with the new technology, with the new, what we can see, technology on how to look at the hazard, technology how we produce the foods, what the expert in our panel is saying, there is no yes or no which data. Some data can provide good evidence for the expert to end up with the conclusion. So we are maybe for more flexible approach rather than very strict approach. We need those data. So that's why what we call it the sandbox yesterday is we need, with the new technology and with new hazards, we need to learn together and define the data, and there's some interaction between the risk assessment and the risk manager and the ones who are producing the data. And it is related as well in the scientific research, because when you are doing risk assessment, it's not the time to collect the data. You use the available data, and there is a very important agenda about research, that anticipate risk assessment. So when we have now new food about allergenicity, about a certain effect, the risk manager should define the priority of research. So when you bring the expert, they will not generate information or knowledge. We need an agenda or research to solve one and to reply to all those your questions before we start risk assessment.
Thank you very much. We have third question.
Thank you so much.
Is it clear? Okay, right. Yeah, thanks both to Dr. Sana and Dr. Maino for excellent presentation. My question is to Maino or Diego. You mentioned about the challenges in formulating standards for the new foods, particularly whether the standard should come before the food hits the market or after. It's a real challenge. We all get that. And you also mentioned that the efforts in Codex currently are in the incipient stage. Nothing substantial has happened in terms of standards for the new foods. My question is slightly, if you want to call, a basic in a way, because if the new food is created, it's either for the purposes of food security or it is for the purpose of palate or taste. Depending on the source, depending on the country where this food is created. So does Codex recognize this, that the intention of creating a new food could be different for different countries, and whether the incipient approach that you mentioned actually takes into consideration whether is there a difference in country, because obviously the standards of safety would differ from a connoisseur food and a basic food, which is for the needs of the food security. I would appreciate if you could throw some more light on it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So far, we've seen that developing a recipe standard, so we have a standard for cultivated meat, might not be the way at this point, but rather review the standard for hygiene that we have, the standards for labeling, for additives, for contaminants. So those new food products that, cultivated meat is another issue, but plant-based, for example, it's not new. It's just being produced differently, and it's also reaching new markets. So they also want to make sure it's safe. But procedures, basic procedures such as HACCP, could they work if applied to the production of these new food products? And the answer seems to be yes. There is a lot of knowledge on how to produce different products. The industry is very well prepared to face any challenges in terms of food safety. So we are not really like brand new, non-existent, not ever seen in the world food products. So we have the knowledge to address those. We only want to make sure that things such as labeling is not confusing, that any unexpected things such as exposure to new allergens might also be addressed. But I think we are a few years from creating a one commodity standard for one of these new food products.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now I have fourth question from right-hand side.
Yes.
So, Dr. Sana, I repeat what I asked yesterday again. Our CEO said cryptocurrency. Many novel foods are already in the market. And can't we tap AI-based prediction algorithms to, if there are no red flags, put them in a gray zone of vigilance, what Dr. Dhawan was alluding to, like pharmacovigilance, and move the gear fast? So can't Codex come out with a in-between path? I mean, that's exactly what we are trying to be pragmatic for a sandbox. So is there any, fast-track pathway with vigilance mode put on it, using artificial intelligence, prediction algorithms, and technology?
Yeah, sure. The way of you are doing risk assessment need to be adapted with the new knowledge and new technology. For example, do we need to do all the animal tests so feeding animal with those novel food and see if there is anything, any adverse effects? I don't think so. We have now other approaches that can be used, new approach methodology for chemical hazard identification, hazard characterization. We can do that without animals. And if we characterize the new protein, for example, for allergen, you have a lot of databases using machine learning, this sort of artificial intelligence, and you can have the answer with a certain accuracy. So it's not yes, no. You say there is 90% of chance or 95% of chance that it will be allergen. So it's there's a lot of approach that can be we can speed up the system. But I don't think that all the new technology or new food need pre-marketing assessments, because, for example, plant-based. The example of plant-based, when you look at the composition of plant-based, should we call them novel food? I don't think so. They can go to the market. But here the question for the risk manager, if you are bringing new food and it become trendy, or if you are recommending to your population in some country where they are eating too much animal source food to move to more animal plant-based food, that means new protein, alternative proteins, you need to ask the question, are we in shifting our diets in more plant-based food, for example, are we changing our exposure to certain chemical, because perhaps if you are producing more plants for the new offer or the new demands, so are we using more pesticides? Are we using in the right way? Do the consumer know the products, and when they manipulate or they handle the product at the kitchen? Because we have always this impression that maybe animal source food can be contaminated by bacteria or viruses and lead to foodborne disease. Plant-based goods also be the vehicle. So we need to have this proactive analysis to say if this new trend on new food will bring new risk, and I'm not talking about new hazards. That means we'll increase the risk, or we increase the exposure to certain chemicals, we change the nutrition or the diet, and it can lead to more NCDs, for example. Do the products contain a lot of salt? For example, I see a lot of plant-based with a lot of amount of salt. This is in contradiction with all what we did for the nutrition to reduce the amount of sodium in the diets. So there is a lot of questions that need to be done, but it is very important that the risk manager have a very good monitoring system that capture all those problems. So the surveillance, monitoring of the food, monitoring of the amount of pesticide residues in food, the right use of food additives, all of that is not risk assessment, but mainly monitoring and checking with the compliance with what we know today.
Thank you very much. We have last question from opposite side. Yeah. You wanted a question? Yeah.
I have a question here. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, so let us give a chance to...
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. My question is, how can a risk management approaches be adopted? I mean, how can risk management approaches be adopted to developing countries that with limited laboratory capacity and weak infrastructure? Number two, what low-cost tools or methods can developing countries use to conduct reliable food safety risk assessment? Number three, how can international partners support training and knowledge transfer to stringent local expertise in risk assessment in developing countries. Thank you so much.
Well, to your first question, that I think it was a great question. When you are into risk management, you always have to deal with uncertainty. So there's no like final decision on anything. You always have to take into account uncertainty and make the best decision possible. You don't always need a risk assessment for everything. There are different tools that can provide you information. You can see information from other countries. You can see risk profiles. You can see many things. So I think what Dr. Sana was saying about having this a more detailed approach to risk exposure on different regions is a very good approach that could help developing countries. But at the moment, and because I'm a huge fan of Codex, I would tell you to rely on Codex because they have really sound science behind their recommendations. So Codex standards, which are management decisions, management recommendations, are there for you, totally free of charge, available to make decisions and strengthen Codex national food control systems. Yes.
Just to complement. So, as I said in my presentation, I think the first investment on risk assessment is not to redo the full risk assessment. You need to have scientists who understand what is done at hazard identification and hazard characterization. But the investment should be on exposure assessment. It's something very common sense. We need to know your people, what they are eating and what we have in the markets. It's the first thing. And all the time when we have difficulty to do risk assessment, is not the lack of laboratory infrastructure. You can have very good laboratory and you can measure the amount of toxic elements in the food, you can measure pesticides in foods, but it's not enough if you don't know what is consumed and how it is consumed. So, and those surveys study about what we are consuming and how we are consuming, they need only human resources. You send people and ask people questions, combine data together, and now if you have a lot of computers, tools for statistics, artificial intelligence, to summarize those data and have a good information about the consumption part. In food safety, we invest a lot in laboratory, all capacity building are in laboratory, but now I think it's not enough. We need to go to the consumption pattern. And they are useful for food safety and are also useful for nutrition and for NCDs.
And only if I can complement, as a regulator, when I was a regulator, that was a big fight that I had, because in Chile we have a one full survey on consumption that is from 2010, and that allowed us to do a lot of good risk assessment, but uncertainty grew because it has 15 years. And they would always tell me, you know, it's too expensive to have another one nationwide. But I would tell them it's a good investment. You should look into the ways you could use universities. There are many things that you could use. But I would agree with Dr. Sana that exposure assessment is key. And I would also say that not too many countries have understanding of how key it is. And that's why not too many countries have exposure assessment information.
Thank you very much. So we have already exceeded allocated time, but we'll have more time after panel discussion. So thank you speakers as well as participants for meaningful and active discussion. So now I would like to give hand over to organizer for housekeeping announcement.
Thank you, Dr. Gongal. It's my great pleasure to inform all the members here. Our Chief Executive Officer, Honorable Shri Rajit Punhani ji has joined us, and he's been hearing all of us, the discussions from the experts and all the members. I would like to invite Sir for his closing remarks and also guidance for the next round of session. And subsequent to that, we will be also requesting Sir to honor our speakers of the day before we depart for the refreshment. Over to sir.
Good morning to all distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, and dignitaries present. It is both a privilege and an honor to join you today at the GFRS, the Global Food Regulatory Summit 2025, for this pivotal FSSAI WHO Masterclass on food safety and risk assessment. I've recently joined as CEO of FSSAI, Government of India, and I'm very heartened by the enthusiastic participation across sectors. Today we are joined by over 35 international trainees, 25 research scholars, and more than 100 young officers from FSSAI, which is a testament to the growing global commitment to food safety. I look forward to the roundtable discussion on emerging and novel food risks. I am confident that today's deliberations will lead to development of actionable science-based food safety guidelines, strengthening of global partnerships among FSSAI, WHO, Codex, and other key stakeholders, enhanced capacity building in risk assessment. I think we need to do this also with maybe the help of WHO and Codex for experts, regulators, and very importantly for students. Advocacy for sustainable and environmentally responsible food safety policies. Thank you very much, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now I would request CEO Shri Rajit Punhani sir to kindly felicitate our speakers for this session. First of all, I invite Mr. Vincent Arbuckle, Deputy Director General, New Zealand Food Safety, Ministry for Primary Industries, New Zealand. My team to assist. Now I request sir to felicitate Madam P. Hemlata, Secretary Spice Board, Government of India. And I would request you to take picture from this side so that we have the backdrop there. Sir. So other way around, maybe. I request our next speaker of the day, Dr. Diego Varela, former Vice Chairperson, Codex Alimentarius Commission, to please come forward. Now I request Dr. Moez Sana, Senior Epidemiologist, WHO Headquarters, to please. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks to all the speakers. One more request now is for a photo. We would again request all the participants to please align here for one photo with our CEO, and then we move for the refreshment. So this time we'll align differently. I'll request all the foreign delegates to please come in the front, and all my staff members, my scientific committee to align in the second line, and my students to sit down in front row. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, we are now moving for a short refreshment break, basically 15 minutes. We are assembling again at 11:15, and that will be the roundtable discussion. Thank you so much. We look forward to having you back in another 15 minutes. We are late a little bit, but it's okay.
And I have a concern for this cultivated meat. Although it was accepted by many organizations like Singapore Food Agency, FDA, and in fact FAU also, on a large scale, the cell-based food products are harmless. It's good for human consumption. But still, as a researcher, I am struggling. Many negative issues are also coming up. So my concern and my question to Dr. Diego, whether at universal level, global acceptance, like that food is good for consumption, no? Like fish is good for consumption, like that cell-based food production is good for consumption, and there should be some universal guidelines which will be accepted by all over the world. Then it will be good for moving this new science. Otherwise, so it will be again, we'll stuck up with many challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that interesting and very, interesting question. Something being accepted worldwide, everywhere, nowadays, is impossible, right? We all have opinions on everything, and it also comes back to food. Some people like meat, some people don't like meat. Some people like vegetables, other people don't like vegetables. What we need to make sure is that it is safe for consumption. Then we'll get into the other parts. People will say it's tasty or not, it's too costly, it's actually helping or not climate change. We can also have the science for that. But widely accepted, as in terms of personal taste, I don't think that is ever going to be the case. We just want to make sure that it's making a contribution to sustainability and that is safe for consumption.
That's true, sir, but my concern is what? Cell-based food products are good, that's what. Okay, commodity-wise, country-wise, the testing should be done for their safety and risk. But I am asking about the guidelines. The Codex guidelines or universal guidelines should be there, which will be followed by every country. If any new commodity will come, they will do it. My concern only that cell-based food products it's good for consumption. So that's the point.
Yeah, Codex is working on them, on CCFA and CCFH. So we'll see.
Thank you, sir.
Just
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm Dr. Kaushala from Sri Lanka, and I'm representing IIP as a participant on behalf of all 34 representatives today. So I think regarding this food safety and risk assessment, this codex, this is really important to us because we are representing several countries and we have our own standards within our countries. So I think this is a good platform where we can harmonize all the types of food safety regulations. So then I would like to take this as opportunity to thank you for inviting us, and this is kind of a great opportunity for all of us from IIP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it was great to hear your experience and thoughts. So we appreciate at least Sri Lanka has spoken.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I will have to ask a question about guanine sulfide. I have seen guanine sulfide is included in carbonated water in Sri Lanka. There is an ability to use as according to food regulations within a specific limit. So, what is the reason for granting approval for the use of this kind of additives?
Did you identify to whom you are requesting your question?
Guanine sulfide about as an anti-malaria drugs, no? Guanine sulfide. It's included in carbonated water in Sri Lanka.
Maybe, can I respond to that?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I think we have also prepared a guideline for disposable of medicine that has been uploaded from CDSU. So every country, so you can work on, because all these Western countries, they work on planetary health. So we can come up with a guideline like lab, we have BMW, biomedical waste, for medicine also. So once you implement that, then it will address that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So because of interest of this time, we'll close this question answer session right now. And I would like to hand over to Dr. Moez Sana to conduct this online quiz. Okay. Or we can entertain maybe few questions since he's not around here.
Yeah, if you permit.
Yeah. Okay.
Just one. So I think Lieutenant Colonel Harpreet Kaur, she raised a very important question about the safety of food that they prepare for the army. And I think in the same vein, I would like to say that we've also had the space food industry coming up in a big way in the country. So I think it might be a good idea for Codex. I don't know if it's member driven. Again, I'll come back to that as well. But do you think it's a good idea to have some sort of, I wouldn't say regulation, but if you have some kind of standards that are available in Europe for foods in army, or like in cosmetics, you have a list of compounds that should not be used because the majority of the time the army is in a very harsh condition. So I think that area could be good. Of course, we need to build capacity within our own country for sure. I mean, I've been talking to DRDO for a very long time to do this. And in terms of Codex, and Alka will bear me out perhaps, that in FSSAI, several times it is driven by FSSAI. The agenda is driven by FSSAI. So they say, well, so-and-so committee, can you look into this issue that is cropping up in this country? So don't you think it's a good idea for Codex to change the way it functions, bring in another vertical where it says, okay, we are looking at a lot of global issues. I mean, management is the best thing to do, but leadership is also required, right? So when you say you're a leader in setting standards, then you need to change the way you function. So it might be a good idea to look at, let's say, for example, a lot of people talked about microplastics. If there's an issue that is global, why can't Codex come up and say, well, this is what we want to discuss. Please, members, next time when you come, raise whatever questions you have, or please bring something on the table so that Codex can take it forward. I think that's not an issue as far as Codex functioning is concerned. I think I'll just leave it as a comment. Don't worry.
Thank you very much for that question. It's very broad and thought-provoking, but it's good. Regarding how Codex functions, yes, we are discussing that on an ongoing basis. But Codex is also developing its strategic plan, and it's a plan that goes for normally some 6 years. And at the last commission, the commission adopted the strategic plan from 2026 to 2031. So that gives guidance on where we're going to work. And it's again the members that agreed on that strategic plan. So there, all the members have a say in that. And in commission, there has been a discussion going on for several years well, will this new strategic plan entail? And also we have an executive committee that is preparing for the commission and has also discussed in depth also these issues. And countries have also an opportunity through the countries or the members that are on the executive committee to have an additional influence in strategic discussions. And India is currently the member for Asia also, so India has a role on the executive committee, so India can also bring up issues in executive committee. But in general, when there are new topics, I heard a lot related to, for instance, contaminants today. The next contaminants committee is going to meet in October next year, so it's a year to go. And it's the Netherlands hosting it. It's going to be co-hosted most likely in Egypt. In a few months, there will be a call for new work proposals. So their members can also propose new things. So you can present things that could come on the agenda to be discussed when the committee meets, because then the committee will decide on their priorities and what they would like to work on in the future. And again, it's consensus-driven, and it's members that will move this forward. But also at the committee level, be it the contaminants or pesticides or residues, veterinary drug residues and others, countries can also come with so-called conference rooms documents. So there they can also bring up issues which might come on the agenda as any other business. And this happens very often, that new things will come to the agenda at the very end, and there will be a brief discussion, and there might be a country that is requested to come back next year and prepare a further discussion paper on something that might end up being a new work again. So this is kind of the processes that we're having in Codex. And again, we call upon you all, be active at the different levels, work through your Codex contact point at the national level, and be also, as scientists, be active in the scientific forums and contribute to risk assessment in scientific bodies. Thank you very much.
Can I get a quick comment?
So we should, because we will miss the lunch otherwise. I think closure is very important now. So over to Dr. Moise to conduct the quiz quickly, and we move on to here.
I think what we have, you can reply without moderator, so you can go to this link and submit your reply. We have another one with more interaction, but I think with the lunch we don't want.
So we can leave this QR code like this
Yes,
and we,
please.
so right. So allow me to thank all the members, and before we close, another announcement is that soon after lunch I would request all my scientific committee members and all the members who are serving in various JECFA, GEMRA, WHO risk assessment bodies who are with us today to be with us, and of course WHO India, and experts in their individual capacity. If they would want to contribute to the agenda of FSSAI WHO joint training program that we are planning. So if any expert would want to come in as a volunteer expert, we welcome that. It could be Christine, it could be Avilo, it could be Dr. Rajashekhar. We look forward to that. So we meet again after lunch, but before that, I really have to thank our moderator, Ms. Avilo, and I'll request my team to kindly bring the small souvenir we have for her. My assistant director, Pankaj Meena. This is a request, special request from Avilo for this particular book, and Pankaj has ensured that it is here with us now to present to Ms. Avilo. Pankaj Meena, please. And Pankaj has been the boy interacting with most of you while he was sending invites, coordinating with each one of you, and
Thank you very much. Well, this, if you're wondering what it's all about, it's about hand mudras. So I've just finished my advanced course in hand mudras. I did the introductory course, the intermediate, and I did the advanced with Dr. Premlata Haralalka. And knowing that I was coming to India, I kindly requested Dr. Alka Rao to purchase it for me, and I'm very, very grateful. Thank you very, very much.
So I once again thank you, Pankaj, for making it available now, and we thank Avilo for making this session very beautiful, very nicely conducted. And we come back, all the members of scientific committee. An additional announcement is our CEO would be with us during that session and discussions around that training.
Are we coming back here?
And our media team is with us. They would like to take some individual bites from the experts, and it will be right here. So we request members to kindly cooperate with them and provide your bites and keep on moving towards the lunch venue.
Are we coming back here?
Yes, we are coming back, sir.
Okay.
Sir. Our scientific committee is coming back. All the experts who we have been connecting regarding the training program are coming back. WHO, of course, is coming back. And all the experts who would want to be helping us in this are also invited. Thank you. Invited particularly to discuss the training matters, our Karuna Sagar ji and all, who all are here? Have you seen? हाँ बोला तो था सर ने, अभी मैं देखती हूँ. अभी मैं लोग बैठेंगे तो हम उनको बुला पाएंगे. हाँ सर. नहीं अलग से. Members, please take your seats so that we can begin. आज यहीं पे सर अभी तो इनफॉर्मल है हमारा, कोई ऐसा इशू नहीं है, ओनली कमेटी मेंबर्स हैं.
खाना नहीं मिला, क्यों में लंबा खड़े हैं अभी भी.
कहाँ पर? नीचे ही
नहीं मिला है अभी, वो क्यों में खड़ा अभी आ रहा है, नया नया आ रहा है, खा रहे हैं लोग.
ओह ओके.
So that is
हाँ.
it, because
तो फिर भी
we ended with 1:35. So may little late, people have to take some time to reach here.
वो सारे एक्सपर्ट्स कहाँ चले गए? अशरत जी एंड ऑल दोस पीपल ना. हाँ सर, हम यहाँ शुरू कर लेते हैं बातचीत अपना. मोइज एक्सप्लेन करेंगे वो कैसा, मतलब क्या प्लान कर रहे हैं, और हम लोग अपने ट्रेनिंग करेंगे ना, और कुछ और मुद्दे अभी टेंजिबल आप लोग पैनल डिस्कशन में निकला ज्ञान. चेयर सर, आपको बीच में आना होगा अभी. देवांशी, एक तो ये चेंज करें, चेयर बैठेंगे उधर, और मोएज और गोंगल साहब और वो सब लोग उधर. अभी तो दो, अच्छा मोएज उधर है. अब थोड़ा नोट्स वोट्स ले लेंगे इसमें.
वाइट वाइट वाला ना मैम.
गोंगल साहब किधर गए? कॉल करो सर. Can't go like that.
No, you be some.
मैम रतीश है. हाँ तो हम शुरू कर लेते हैं. बस जी जी नीडेड अवर कमेटी मेंबर.
Professor Jayashekhar from Tamil Nadu Fisheries University.
जी.
Gemra expert.
Yes, sir. Be with us.
Correct, ma'am.
Stay with
Actually,
us.
we have a Department of Fisheries conference there.
Okay.
So afternoon they fixed up the session.
We have just maybe 30 minutes meeting.
Okay, madam.
So
That is
please,
what I thought I'll join.
So we'll request all the members to join, because we are not planning to stretch it for very long. Agenda is also very small. And I'll request Chairperson sir to kindly take the seat. सर बोले थे आएंगे
वाइट बैग के लिए आनंदा मैडम।
अच्छा ठीक है।
एक लड़का श्रीलंका से कुछ क्वेश्चन मार्क
सर अभी बाद में बात करते हैं, वो नहीं डिस्कस करेंगे, अभी जो हमारा एजेंडा है वो करेंगे। हाँ सर कभी आएंगे। So yes. So members can sit more towards this side because we are going to have a very friendly, cordial discussion, and we have very simple, brief agenda. Where's the secretariat? Ratish, can you show me your hand, Ratish or Brushali? Okay, so you have the agenda slide like this. So you want to distribute it or what? अच्छा, so chair को दे दीजिए. So mainly very small agenda, but sir, check there is. Okay. So CEO FSSI may join us anytime because he had desired to meet all the members. He has not formally, met you. So he particularly instructed me that he wanted to meet you. That is also one of the reason we are scheduling this as formal scientific committee meeting. Yeah. So stay put and please call the members who are still not here. My secretariat. And also Dr. Gongal is not around. Monica? Okay. So then we are good, I think. And we would like to begin with the agenda of the day. The first and foremost agenda is regarding the training program. So we have some formal mechanism of conducting our scientific committee meeting where we request our members to declare their no conflict of interest. And with your permission, we would like to take that on record and do the needful as we always do. So do we have your permission, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. Any?
Please continue, ma'am.
Okay.
It is a formal meeting, I think. So we should have to tell that there is no conflict of interest, and that should be recorded. From time to time, we have to do that before every meetings. So I hope there is no conflict of interest with any members in between last meeting and today meeting. If any changes, please indicate that to the Secretariat.
So thank you with that. And now we would like to announce two major agenda. One agenda is to discuss FSSAI WHO joint training program that we have been planning over past couple of months. So the prelude to that, or the basis for this discussion, originates in Codex Alimentarius Commission 47th meeting, where Honorable CEO Shri Ji Kamalavardhan Rao Ji and the entire delegation was present there, and there was an opportunity to interact with the WHO team working under Dr. Moi's supervision and taking care of all the risk assessment assignments. And that is where the idea to run this meeting was discussed, and it took a certain shape. WHO India, of course, was the catalyzing partner, and of course, implementation partner as well with us. Subsequent to that, there's been deliberations, and within organization there has been discussion what format, for whom, and all those nitty-gritties were discussed, and a baseline understanding was developed and a framework was discussed. So today we have Dr. Moez with us, who knows everything about the discussions that have happened so far. And we would request Dr. Moez to share further details of the program with the committee members, with the permission of the chair. So over to Dr. Moez.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I would like to give the floor to my colleague from the region to set the context of this training, and after that I can go in details about how we think to implement this training.
Thank you very much. In fact, we had this Codex Trust Fund project, group project involving Bhutan, India, Nepal, and the government of India said risk assessment, particularly chemical contaminant food. That is the reason why we have 40 to 60% rejection of Indian food product exported to European Union. So that taking into consideration of government of India request, WHO country of India, they provided fund because that cannot be covered under Codex Trust Fund. So we have matching fund, and we provided that fund to FSCI, and we organized training in Institute of Toxicology in Lucknow. So why we need that kind of training? Because we have many people who are trained in BFR Germany for 6 months, and when they come back, they cannot do anything because they say we do not have data and information. And that's why Sanjay Dave sir and Dr. Kanungo, we work together, try to develop case study based on Indian context. So we identified pesticide, veterinary drug residue, mycotoxin, particularly aflatoxin, and heavy metals. So these are the four this contaminant we want to focus, and that's why we organize this training in Lucknow. We bring experts from BFR Germany, Catherine was there, from WHO Collaboration Center Hong Kong, which is also WHO Collaboration Center for Risk Assessment, and Samuel Godfrey from Canada. So we organize that training in Lucknow and under this Codex Trust Fund. But now we realize that we need to institutionalize this risk assessment training in India. It is not only for India, but also for Southeast Asia. So that's why Dr. Alka Rao, when she was in this Codex Alimentarius Commission meeting in Geneva, she met with our WHO headquarter colleagues, and that's why we are trying to develop a standardized, internationally acceptable this training module, which has online and in-person component. Now, Moez, yes.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and I want to repeat that from the headquarters, and since 4 years ago, when I started my position, we had this idea to increase the capacity of the different countries to better participate to the Codex activity. And one of them is the understanding of the process of risk assessment, and mainly the understanding of the exposure assessment parts, which is very specific to each country. And we discussed as well the contribution of different countries like India being chair of a working group to develop maximum levels, and we found that there was some difficulty at a certain time. We are not the only country who tried to chair a working group for defining maximum levels that have this difficulty. We started one pilot program in Latin America. We did one specifically for exposure assessment, mainly related to the maximum level of food contaminants of food contaminants. It was successful 1 week, but we found that majority of the participants are lacking certain backgrounds. When we go directly to very intensive workshop. So that's why we took the idea that I know that you want to train high number of technical staff. So for the first discussion with Dr. Alka, she said we need to train at least 300. I said we don't have this capacity. It's very difficult for us to, because we are not a training center maybe, but we try with our available resources to do it. So the idea comes that we, instead of doing only one in-person training, so we start with having large group. For the moment, we said let's have 100 participants. Why 100? Because this is because we have some limitation for follow-up. You will understand why this number is. We cannot go beyond 100 participants. So the idea is to start with going slowly with the basic information during this online training, and because we don't need high-level expert for a huge number. So what is our intention is at the end of the online and during the online we have certain evaluation, and we see the motivation of the participants, and the idea is to take the more motivated and the ones who succeed more have good score in the evaluation, so we can have we can select the best of your staff to join the in-person training. So in this case, we can put it at high level, and if we put it very advanced, 1 full week, very advanced, so you will not have this difficulty saying after long training we are not capable to do something. So that's why it's very important, because there's a lot of things to understand during this training. So I think with this approach, we see that you will have at least surround the 30, at least 10 extra experts who can perform well and start to do the exposure assessments. Okay, so this is the idea. If you have any question before I go to the program, one by one, so to agree on this
So can we
principle.
display that also in case we have in that format?
Yeah, I can.
So I'll request to arrange for display.
Or I can send the file.
Yeah, so I.
I can send the file. It's better with the email, perhaps. No, I will send it. Okay. Can I touch your email here?
So is it शायद थोड़ा कुछ हुआ होगा. All okay? So this is So what's the status with the PowerPoint?
It's not a PowerPoint, it's Word.
Word document, okay.
We can go through it.
Okay, so I'll request all the members, please take seat.
If not, I can.
Please take your seat.
I can present it without.
Okay, and so that will be taken care, no worries. Members, please come back to your seats. It will be taken care. Our staff is there. Okay, so maybe after 10-15 minutes, CEO sir will be joining after the keynote is over in the other session. And we go back to the discussions we were continuing and session back to Dr. Moise.
So I continue the presentation of the online training program. So the online training program will have 14 sessions. Each session is about 1 hour and a half. And we decide to have this session each Saturday. So this is for to give the possibility to the participant to be 100% in the process. There is no so they are free during Saturday to concentrate on the training. So one hour and a half, and for each session, the idea that all the participants should spend a certain time before participating in the one session. So for that, they receive not a big text, a short textbook that introduces the context. So they have to read something. And so if you can follow me, you scroll down, and yeah. So let's. So the idea is that they need to. So phase 1, if you can down, scroll down. No, you are going very fast now. Yeah, down, up. Yeah, one by one. When I tell you stop, you stop. Stop here. Thank you very much. So the duration, we said 14 session virtual. So we'll use a platform like Zoom. So the formats, we have presentation, interactive discussion, case study, quizzes, and assignments. So the participant will have some text to read, and they have as well to answer to some of the questions before they come. So they need to do certain preparation. We said that the participant requirements must attend at least 11 out of the 14 live sessions, because we can understand that they can miss one of them. And if a session is missed, the participant must view the recording and complete an online quiz. And all the assignment to each session must be submitted on time. So after the different session, we have assessment and ranking. So WHO will be responsible for developing the course content, delivering the training, and evaluating participant performance based on assignment and quiz results. So each participant will receive a performance score and be ranked accordingly at the end of phase 1. So FSSA responsibility, so we are expecting that FSA will select the participant for phase 1, provide WHO with the complete participant list and so on, and host and manage the virtual platform. So if you can go to phase 2 now, please scroll down, next page, please. Okay, so in phase 2, so the phase 2 duration 1 full week, 5 working days or more. Participant, we say 30 individuals selected by you based on WHO ranking. So I think the best way, we cannot choose instead of you because we don't know all the participants. So we give you the ranking, and you know, we can say, for example, if less than a certain score is not acceptable, but between the ones who get the required score, you make your choice. This is we cannot choose instead of you. Okay, so it will be in India, in person. So as we agreed to be organized in India. So I will not go to all those logistic. And now, if you can go to the tables. So don't pay attention about the name of the experts who will be interviewing, just for the moment thinking, but just to, if you can go down, week 0, that means here what we will do, we start by, it's not counted within the 14th session, but it's just one session to explain the objective of the course and explain how we are working, present the platform, and so on. So this one is easy. If you go to week 1, next down, 1, stop at 1. So we have opening session, overview of risk analysis, because we need to explain what is risk analysis, understand terminology, maybe to have the same background. Week 2, we have a general introduction to chemical risk assessments. So we have the description here, what we need. And week 3 is hazard identification and characterization. And what we, because hazard identification and characterization is done by JECFA experts, JECFA and GMPR experts, we will take the, because we work with them, so we ask them to record some part of the presentation, and we have the maximum of international experts to explain, for example, how JECFA and GMPR are doing hazard identification and hazard characterization, which data are using, how they are working, so they can have some insight from a panel of experts. If we go to week number 4, down, So here we start dietary exposure assessment principles. So we have 1 in generality. Number 5, we have 5 and 6, because you know, when you are doing exposure assessment, there is some basic of some statistical analysis. So we said we need at least for 2 sessions to recall basic on statistics, what we mean by percentiles, how we do the certain calculation, but it's not a course on statistics, but it will be mainly how to use the available tool to be able to perform some calculation and mainly to do the interpretation of the statistical analysis. So if you go to number 6, number 6 is the same, continuing statistic. Number 7, food chemical concentration, how we assess the food chemical concentration. It's very important that they have an idea, as you said, because you are doing control and you have results, number of milligram per kilogram, which methodology is used. So they need to understand where the contamination are coming from, what are the database, and understand as well how to evaluate the quality of the results from laboratory. And after that, we go to food consumption. We talk about the food consumption. They are part of the exposure assessment. They need to understand what are the methods and tools that can be used to assess the consumption of foods. And we have how to conduct data exposure using individual consumption data. So it's one of the techniques used. We have 1 session hands-on exercise using assessment tools, so they can use the available tools. So we make it as practical as possible. And once we have the general approach how to do exposure assessment, we go to specific situation, wet drug residue in food, how the exposure assessment is done for the wet drug residue in food, what are the model used, and how the experts of JECFA are doing those assessments, and how those exposure assessments are very important for the MRL setting. So 11, 12, number 12, we are doing the same thing for exposure assessment for pesticides residue in food. So the same thing, what are the models used, which data we are using, and how the experts in GMPR are doing the exposure assessment, and how this exposure assessment is used for the establishment of MRLs for pesticides. And we finish after that with another case, how to establish maximum level for contaminants. The case of lead. Lead is very important as dietary exposure and non-dietary exposure as well. And we end up with how we navigate in international and national regulation in dietary chemicals. So it's 13 and 14. So this is the content of this first phase. So it will be an intensive because we are asking the participant to work before and after each session. So they need to minimum 3 hours per week to do their homework. So it's not just participate and listen. We want them to be active. And you know, if in any training, if you are not active in any training, you will retain nothing. You can appreciate you say, oh, it was interesting, very interesting, but you are not able to do things. So that's why will be very strange to them. We'll check if they are reading the text, so they have to read the text, answer to the question before, and answer to other question after the webinar. Okay, so here it's a lot of information, but if you want, we share with you the documents. If you have some feedback, written feedback, we can take them into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moise. It was a wonderful
Thank you very
brief.
much, Dr. Mohd. First of all, I think we should welcome our new CEO. It is a first meeting with us. He has recently joined, so we welcome with claps to this family. And we hope that the FSSI and the scientific committee and all the panel committee will flourish at a much more accelerated rate than the previous time. Any time, as our honorable PM said, that we should have the quantum jump, not the delta X increase. So we hope that in his tenure, we will get more and more quantum jump, not only one or too many. So thank you to join us here. And if it is desired, then we can have a round of introduction of all the members of the scientific committee. And it will start from myself. I'm Dr. S.N. Jha, Shyam Narayan Jha. Presently, I am Deputy Director General, Agricultural Engineering in Indian Council of Agriculture Research, and chairing this committee since 2.5 years almost. So about the end of the term, I think 3 years term is there, up to March. So, and it is very educating for me also, and I feel many times, almost every meeting, that many members are knowing much more than me and many others. So this is my brief introduction. Now we can start from this side.
I am Professor Jayasekaran, former Director of Research from Tamil Nadu Fisheries University. Currently, I am in the Ministry of Fisheries in Delhi as a food safety and traceability expert in seafood. And I'm an expert in GEMRA group, GEMRA, Joint Expert Microbial Risk Assessment, FAO, WHO.
So today we have, other than scientific committee members, those members who are involved with WHO risk assessment bodies. So those are additional members we have today.
So that's why I'm attending, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Paresh Shah. In fact, I am chairing a scientific panel SP02, that is on pesticide residue, MRL fixation. Sir, we have initiated as per the JMPR risk assessment. We are following the risk assessment procedures, GEM data for the acute as well as for the chronic risk assessment. ADI we have compiled for almost 5 countries, 600 molecules we have compiled. We find some problems with that, some differences are there. But well, we have done the entire procedure. We have followed the even residue definition for the enforcement as well as the risk assessment. Thank you. I'm from agrochemicals, sir. Agrochemicals.
I am Dr. Nayan Singh J. Thakur, retired as a dean from the State Agriculture University in Maharashtra, Dapoli. My basic is food process engineering. Currently, I am the chairperson for SP11, that is cereals, pulses, legumes, including baking products. And previously, I was member in the same committee.
I am Dr. Chandrasekhar Rode, former scientist G from National Chemical Laboratory and now emeritus scientist at the same laboratory. And I am chairing the committee on water and allied beverages. This is my second term. Thank you. Pune.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Sirimao Nair. I am a retired professor currently from MS University, Vadodara. I am a human physiologist, and currently I am serving FSSAI SP18 panel for nutrition and fortification.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Professor Uday Annapure, Head of the Department, Food Engineering and Technology, Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. I am chairing the scientific panel, SP05, which is for the nutraceuticals, functional foods, and dietary supplements. So we are actually dealing with the nutraceuticals basically, which is a major concern as of today, and we are getting lot of applications for certain products for the approval and all. Nutraceuticals, nutraceutical products. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So, I'm Dr. Anu Appaya, retired from CFTRI. I'm the independent member of the scientific committee. Earlier, I was the chair of the water and beverages, and then the chair of alcohol committee. Now I'm the independent member.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Murali. I am actually chairing the Sweeteners Sweets panel, SP16. My past experience, I'm basically a food process technologist. Past experience was retired from Mother Dairy as R&D and QA head. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dr. R.K. Pal. I'm a former director of ICAR National Research Center on Pomegranate, and I'm chairing the panel SP12 on fruits, vegetables, and dried products. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Professor Shashank Joshi from Mumbai. I'm an endocrinologist by profession at Leelavati Hospital. I'm the past chair of the International Diabetes Federation, International College of Nutrition. Very passionate about nutrition and lifestyle diseases, and have done a lot of evidence-based publications in that domain, including obesity.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dr. Subbarao from ICMR's National Institute of Nutrition. I head the Nutrition Information Communication and Health Education Division, and I've been chairing the panel on food labeling, quite at the front line of all the controversy. Food labeling, claims, and advertising comes under us.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Alok Dhawan, currently the director of a Center of Biomedical Research in Lucknow, and formerly the director of the CSIR Indian Institute of Toxicology Research and the CSIR CDRI in Lucknow. Currently, I'm heading the SP07, the contaminants panel, and prior to that also I was heading the contaminants panel, so thank you.
Very good afternoon, sir. I'm Vimal Katiyar. I'm a professor in Department of Chemical Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Guwahati. My area of research is very much on biodegradable polymers and compostable plastics. Currently, I am chairing a SP20, which was earlier food packaging panel. Now it has been renamed as a food contact material and food packaging. And this is the new panel. It is a second term is going on. A lot need to be done. We have come up the recycled PET very recently. Now we are working on to bringing the polyolefins also. Possibly if we could able to make it for a recyclable for a food packaging application. And also we are harmonizing various polymers, plastics, as far as FSSAI requirements are concerned. So we are harmonizing various standard BIS, which is a voluntary standard, to the FSSAI. Though it is a new panel, a lot need to be done in the packaging. So as sir has mentioned, that leap jump is required. So more multiple sessions of is now to be executed for a longer time. And we'll be trying to bring as many as possible regulations in this area. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dr. Basharat Navidar. I am currently working as Associate Professor in the Department of Food Technology at IUST Kashmir. I am also heading NABL accredited food testing laboratory in Kashmir, and I am on the JAMRA panel of WHO. Thank you.
Myself, Dr. Sarita Bhalla, retired as consultant, medical pharmacology from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I worked as a medical toxicologist with Pesticide Registration Board, and I've been I'm currently member of Contaminant Panel, and earlier I was member of Pesticide Residue Committee.
Good afternoon. I am Professor P.K. Shukla, currently chairing the Scientific Panel 13, that is on meat and meat products, including poultry. Earlier worked with the Ministry of Agriculture in the Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries as Joint Commissioner Poultry. Also worked as Registrar Dean of the Veterinary College and also Dean Postgraduate Studies at Veterinary College, Mathura. And basically, I'm a veterinarian. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. S.B. Barbude. I am presently director at the ICR National Meat Research Institute, Hyderabad. I'm also chairing the SP06, that is Biological Hazard Panel. Also, I am a member of GEMRA, and I have been associated with the GEMRA Committee on the Listeria monocytogenes. Also, sir, actually, by specialization, I am working as a veterinary public health specialist. Thank you.
Namaste, sir. I am retired chief scientist and head of the department from CSIR CFTR Mysore. Afterwards, I was 3 years emeritus scientist in Mysore University. Afterwards, I was a professor in Guwahati University for 3 years. I am serving FSSA from the past 10 years. I was a chairperson of Cereals and Pulses for nearly 2.5 terms. Now I am an independent member in scientific committee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to all. All right.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. D. Kanongo. I am basically a medical professional, retired as Additional Director General Health Services, Ministry of Health, Government of India. I am basically, my specialty is human health risk assessment and food safety. And I am a member of JMPR as a WHO expert in JMPR since 2016, and JECFA, veterinary drugs and additive from JMPR from 2006 and JECFA from 2016. Now I am associated with Food Safety Risk Assessment Committee of FSSI. And we are instrumental in organizing many risk assessment trainings with Dr. Gongol and FSSI. Thank you.
Good. I am Gyanendra Gongal, Senior Public Health Officer in WHO Regional Office for Southeast Asia. We initiated, as Dr. Kanungo has said, country-based these case studies so that we can train, give practical training. In Lucknow, we organize that training. And now we are happy that FSSI is going to institutionalize this training program. It is not only for India, but also for South Asia. So we want to see as a center of excellence, and maybe in future, WHO Collaborative Center for Food Contamination Monitoring and Risk Assessment. It is just my observation, just request for you. If we have risk assessment cell within FSSI, that would be the best, because it is full-time job. We have expert of panel. They may work for risk assessment, but risk management should be within FSSI. I think this is very, very important. Unless we have that risk management cell within FSSI, we are nowhere. They are providing advice, but it is full-time job. We like ethylene oxide. Sometimes in spices, some issues are coming, and InfoSan also requests a lot of questions. So it is just my suggestion that if we have risk assessment cell within FSSI to deal with all those kind of things, that would be great. Even in European Union, EFSA is risk manager, and EDCD is European Center for Disease Control, that is risk assessment. So risk assessment, risk management, there is conflict. FSSI cannot do both. FSSI can take risk management, and this panel of experts, they may work as an assessor so that they will provide independent scientific advice. Thank you.
I think recently already risk assessment cell, one committee has been constituted, and the cell is there. Yeah. It is working now for last maybe 4 or 5 months.
Yes, it's over 8 months we have taken care, sir. Okay. So there's a separate committee doing that. Emergency cases are dealt separately. Yes. So we have multiple, layers of working. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I present myself quickly. I'm Moaz Sana from WHO. I'm leading the risk assessment for food safety and nutrition in WHO.
Thank you very much to all the participants and members. If you have some listed agenda for this meeting.
So the first agenda was about the training, sir. We, because Dr. Moez is already here, Gongol Sahib is here, so we wanted all our members to interact with them right here instead of virtual later on. And the model has been explained by Dr. Moez that will be doing this training in 2 phases. The first phase would be all virtual, and it will be in the intensive classroom format only, where the question, answer, everything will be there. And it will be a long-run program. 6 months, yes.
14 sessions.
We have 14 sections,
Yeah.
one
We
per
can
week.
make it like 16 also, depending.
Yeah,
Sir.
14.
Sir, I think he will
Yeah,
be able
it's
to.
for 14 session online. But because sometimes we have holidays, so it will last more than 3. In person, 1 full week.
1 week, 5
1 week,
days,
but
5
not all the participants online will be selected.
So 1 week is enough?
Yeah, 1 week is never enough.
No, already they will screen from the online
1 week.
participants. So they have already exposure of all those things.
Yeah, yeah.
And based on the performance in that online, they will select for offline.
And how will you decide the participants?
That question I was about to ask. Because till now it is not clear who is the participants.
Yes, who will be the participants?
So in the first go, we said it will be our own FSSAI technical officers, because they have not been exposed to some of the things. And
So,
will there be a fee?
Yeah, it is paid training?
No. It's covered by.
Thank you very much. And you also said you wanted it to be a hub for the South Asia.
So please can you switch on your mic? We can't hear you.
You also said it will be a hub for South Asia. So those overseas participants also, they that means there'll be no fee for the course, but when they come here for their staying, so that everything that will have to be taken care of. Na?
So that all proposal we want to bring to you, like.
I think I just.
So within our training scope, some things can be accommodated, like that 1 month.
Okay.
And we look forward to involvement of WHO largely from the expert point of view.
Yes.
They need to bring international experts. So in virtual mode, they were very comfortable. They could fit in as many as we
And
wish.
in person,
Sir.
then it will be in Lucknow, you're saying?
No, sir.
No, it will be in
It
Delhi?
will be your call, wherever ITCF San Bombay, or in Ghaziabad we have a center, HRDC, in headquarter. So wherever
No,
we
so,
have locations.
Sorry, Mr. You said something about creating a center of.
ITCF San or HRDC Ghaziabad, both are suitable places.
So one is in
where we-
Ghaziabad, the other is in?
Bombay, sir.
Bombay.
Yeah. So both are our laboratories. So basically, we can build them.
Set a
in
center of
yes. So
excellence
that can be thought of. So Dr. Gongal has some ideas around that. So this will become first standardized seed training, and then it can be multiplied in and more from Dr. Gongal.
Basically, this training, it is, we are going to institutionalize, but in future we should try to focus not only in India, but also neighboring countries in South Asia. So we may apply for Codex, this STDF. So they will give funding for international experts and sponsoring other country participants, whereas the FSSAI can take care of local costs. So in that way, if we work for next 2-3 years, we may become WHO Collaborative Center for Food Safety, Food Contaminant Monitoring, and Risk Analysis. So we have in China, Beijing, in Hong Kong, in Singapore, but there is no such center in South Asia. So that's why India can lead that program.
Sorry.
I just one question. When is the start date, means starting?
Okay, so just I want to add one comment. So this kind of the setting is as a pilot. We take it as a pilot, and it's very important that we do it properly, and after that we can repeat it. We took the example of chemical exposure assessment, but if we have this capacity, so we can have other version of the course, concentrated VEDRAC, concentrated more on pesticides. We can focus more on microbiological hazards. So we will create this capacity and experience on how to handle high number of participants. And for you, we said, is it enough 1 week? Yes, it's enough because we are selecting the best out of the 100. So, we want participants very motivated.
So your First thing will be 100 participants.
100 participants, and we will take out of them 30.
Out of them 30. Okay.
So with the criteria that we define together to have them more motivated. And
what is the duration of each session? Your plan? What is the duration of each session?
I said 1 hour and a half because online is difficult to stay more than
14
more than 1 hour and a half.
Out of 14 sessions, you have to attend at least 13, you said. 13.
Yeah. But I said that the work is not only done during the online session, because we're asking them to read, to prepare, to answer to the questions. So if you want per week, let's say, is equivalent of 5 hours.
That is correct.
Important. And to your question, when we start, we because we need to set the platform properly, because we need to be sure who connect, who read the text, who answers to the quiz, to have the scoring system. So to have everything functional, and now we have the Codex committee coming, we have a lot of things coming. So I think the best way is to start in beginning of next year, January. So we have 3 months, and hope it will be the nice season to come here in India in April, or summer is very warm. Perhaps we can do it in
January. We can
start in January and finish as soon as possible. We can do the online session immediately in April, or we can do it in September, giving them the time to prepare and so on.
Inviting states, people from the states also.
So one more idea was that these will become recorded sessions once these classes. Some of these could be live, but they'll become recorded eventually. So it is possible to then make it available in a webcast form, and it can be expanded.
Out of 100, they're saying from them they select 30. So are we going to invite applications from the states also?
In this 100, we can include some participation, or maybe the first one we can only do with the FSSAI technical officers.
We should have some policy. Each and every organization is having the HRD policy. I do not know.
Sir, you're not audible. Yeah, sir, you're not audible.
No, but we have a training policy which is very flexible, so that is fine.
So for this purpose, we can make a framework.
We make a framework.
For this purpose, we can make a framework.
Ja, sir. Dr. Ja, audio.
Before that, I will say anything. Any other member wanted to add anything about the training? Whatever, please, Dr. Joshi.
So I think this is a fantastic idea. Keep it in a hybrid mode. Keep all the, as Madam Alka said, keep all the lectures recorded, and then you can have some brainstorming and capacity building and train the trainer live. So, and many of these modules can be taken before the participants come in, if they are pre-recorded. Maybe the first one we record properly, and then it doesn't become replicative, and get the best domain experts for it. So then this can be, and I think it's a very good opportunity for India, because I think rest of Asia has a lot of WHO collaborating centers. So it's time that India has at least 2 centers in 2 geographies as WHO collaborating centers for this capacity building program. So it's a wonderful initiative, and I think Dr. Alka and our CEO sir can really take this to the next level, because we need to train across all states, because ultimately the delivery comes from the states. So that's the key.
Some of the scientific panels who are supposed to be experts, if some experts lecture is required for this training, that can be made use of, which will be helpful.
And I was also thinking that whatever experts will give the training, that will give the exposure of international level. But our story is totally different than the international. So we have the very well-known laboratories, well-known experts in different laboratory, and those experts can also be rope up to give the Indian context, Indian flavor to the training, that how they should get prepared. So जो भी आपका teaching material बनेगा, in that those persons should, those experts from India should also be included.
So may I have the
For residue analysis हो गया, meat analysis हो गया, all those things you have to.
Actually, I would like to extend my thanks, because such a golden opportunity is coming to the country like India. And so far, in the last 2-3 meetings also global and even yesterday, we come across that there is no any hub for the Asian people to provide such kind of any expertise. And with the help of WHO, if we are getting this, what I am looking, we need to provide this total training program to the entire South Asia, depending upon the different kind of products and whatever the foods. Second thing, this is my just thinking, whatever the objectives and the goals FSSAI is having, and many times we are lacking here, like to build the capacity and to raise the human resource. So FSSAI could become a good training hub, because I'm just putting one good example of this. There are only 2 centers in the entire world which provides training on cotton. And after USA, the next most popular center is India. The location is at Nagpur under ICR. And throughout the world, the people are coming and they are getting the training for the cotton. In the same way, I was thinking, why not FSSAI could become, like initially we can train our TOs. Immediately we may have our state centers, and afterwards, because food is going to be, as far as we are dealing with this safety, we are going to need all these human resources as far as the food safety and risk assessment is concerned. So if we look to the future, probably this could be a very wonderful idea, and this could be one of the activity of the FSSAI. In addition to the training, because even in the morning also we were discussing, media is such a fast and everybody believes 100%, and we want to eradicate this is not the true. So we need to educate our consumer, whatever level it is. So this could be even looked as education and training, one of the portfolio of FSSAI. Thank you.
So may I just, if permitted with your chair, so may I just add a few, which I didn't mention, maybe because I have had this kind of training experience with WHO. I've been their advisor temporary for the GLP. And I worked for about many years as inspector and advisor and edited their books also. So this kind of training and train the trainers, I've had some experience. So if that would be some help or cooperation from on my behalf, sir, because I've had some experience for quite a few years, and I edited 3 of their books independently. They were the manuals, trainer manual, trainee manual, and the general manual for the GLP. So
very good idea is coming.
so I just didn't highlight it, and worked in risk analysis also for as a medical toxicologist. Thank you so much.
Sir, sir, this is
please.
Here, sir. Sir, I have one suggestion. We have to include certain numbers of number of participants who would become future trainers. So we have to not only to give a training to our people, but we have to identify the future trainers, and that has to be taken this mission forward later on. Thank you.
Yeah. So that idea is very good. I had also written that we can say this training is trainers training. Trainers, they will be the trainers, and there should be support 10 trainers we have made in 1 year in FSSAI, and those will go to different estates first. They will train. They will train to state agency, and that should be examination based, on-site testing, and all those things, and. In that way, channel we can increase the number of trained personnel to have the risk assessment, also risk management, those things. So note down this. All these things should come in document.
Dr. Moiz wants to.
Yeah, I totally agree with the importance of training for have experts trained, but one of the issues having for teaching risk assessment is not something that you take 1 class, 2 classes, and you become experts. You need time to experiment. So I'm not against this idea, but perhaps in addition, the ones who follow the phase 1, phase 2, And after that, you can have some coaching program for them to become a trainer. So there is something in addition, and in addition to that, and have them involved in projects, and it will take more time.
And also
but it is very
is-
important to, it's not just repeat what we said during this, but
Right, Dr.
they-
Moise.
yeah,
Just one
exactly.
small intervention. This is also like super specialization within specialization scenario. We are only talking about one chapter here, dietary exposure, and so it's not the, not even the tip of the iceberg. So we need to standardize this, the most critical chapter first in the form of structured training program, which we believe first must be given to the technical officers of FSSAI, although by experience and all we are learning it. So that happens, and then it becomes a regular exercise. And also our experts are coming from various areas, so they also may or may not have necessary exposure. So it's a standardized curriculum available for anybody and everybody who wants to look into that particular aspect of risk assessment. And then further similar kind of modules will be required for pesticide maybe, or for microbial hazard we'll again need to look at. So sir, we are fortunate to have 16 members are already there with us. So today, I mean, they were there, some of them in the morning, and then they have left. 2, 3 you have already heard them. So 16 members we have identified. They are working already in WHO risk assessment bodies. They have given us in principle agreement, and they will be part of the training program as experts from India's side. In addition to all the experts who are sitting here, they are anyways available to us, so we can pitch in. So we also seek volunteership now from all our experts who are sitting here, who will be able to continue. Yeah.
Whoever's interested can, send a mail, or, Dr. Jha can.
Sir, can I
So,
come in, sir?
Dr. Moise has to now fix those slots which are vacant, and that is another reason we are meeting here together.
Dr. Elka, can I come in?
Yeah, so
This side.
over to chair again. Yeah, sir.
Sir, can I come in, sir? So as you rightly said that you're going to have a modules. So when we started the training program, because I was also taking a class before, meeting, I used to take a class, couple of class for the technical officer. What my suggestion is that we should have an impact analysis, because we have to look at further that we are training, what is benefit we are getting out of in terms of skill, so that once you make a impact analysis, we can relook at the modules and later we can implement or modify. That is my point.
That is correct, but after training, after 2-3 batch specialized training happen, then we have to assess each and every time.
Yes, sir.
So that is needed, but maybe after 3, 4, 5 years we will evaluate. We should have to evaluate. Government of India nowadays not giving any schemes without third-party evaluation of any activity. So that is good.
In fact, our goal is to train somebody. After training, what they will do? If you train those who are in state government, they are not involved in risk assessment. The risk assessment is being done at the FSSAI level, at the central level, by the experts of the scientific panels and bodies. The main thing is the technical officers and up to the assistant director levels, those who have to equip thoroughly about this one, number one. Number two, today, I am there with our JMPR from 2006 till now. Within last 21 years, I think I have learned tip of the iceberg. The reason is, every year we do, next year the science changes. So you have to again get training, read. So like that, what happens? Let's not a very ambitious train the trainer, this, that. If the next group, who will come? I think the first group will include the staffs of the FSSAI as well as the members of the all scientific body. And every 3 years, when new members will come, the trainings will be repeated.
No, you are correct. We should not be so ambitious, but we should be ambitious. We have to be ambitious, then only we can get some things.
I
have a point, sir.
Excuse me, sir. FSSA is thinking that we have to give training for the technical officers. It is good. But the point as on today, how many technical officers are sticking onto this organization? So people who are permanently staying in FSS, such people should be given exposure. There is no point in giving people coming and going out people. No, there is no point.
Doctor,
You should take into consideration
everything is
people
okay.
who are settled in.
Everyone is keeping their point of view. What in the beginning I said, we have to make a framework. What actually we have to make a document line.
Yeah, just because I presented 2 phases, but actually I have 3 phases. Because when we start by the first one to have the maximum of participants exposed to the concept,
correct.
and after that we have the one who will be more specialized. But when they finish the 1 week, there's another phase. The other phase, usually what I do, I give them to give me objective for the next 6 months.
Yeah, sure.
They need to implement something. They come. They
So
come,
that is the way.
They need to come with the project.
That is third phase of training.
I'm participating to this committee, and next 6 months I will do exposure assessment, or I will create a team. So each one need to create something.
Yeah.
And this is the phase 3, and for this phase 3, we don't need the training, but mainly coaching rather than training.
No. Sir, can I come in, sir?
But we'll work out. I mean, the idea is, I think everyone accepts that it needs to be done. We'll work out, as Dr. Jha said, we'll have to work out a framework, and then we'll come back. We'll come back with.
Sir, just a quick intervention. Dr. Katrina
Mike, Madam Mike.
Katrina is here with us from AOAC International, Deputy Executive Director. We have an MOU with the AOAC, existing MOU, sir. So she's been waiting for a very long time to make a proposal before you. Yeah.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. Obviously, it's not about risk assessment because AOAC is focusing on the analytical methods and validations and proficiency testing and certifications of methods. And we have an MOU, as Dr. Alka now mentioned. However, we haven't done much together yet, so I really would like to figure out, how we can collaborate and really fulfill that MOU for both sides to actually make sense. And what I've been hearing and discussing at this meeting, it seems that there's a lot of interest in potential validation of rapid tests, like the test kits, and looking at how we could support that. So I would like to discuss with the right people from FSSAI. Another potential might be on the proficiency testing. Again, had some discussions with your directors here, on the lab side. That can be some potential collaboration of, for example, AOEC supporting the evaluation of the data and having some local provider preparing the samples for that. So I would love to, connect with the right people to actually have these discussions. We can do it after because I know everyone is busy here, after the meeting, let's say virtually on specific topics. So I want to again understand what will be the main issues and priorities which you want to discuss, but I think that these 2 might be the top ones. I've also been hearing about ways how we can extend AOEC official methods to local commodities, which are important for India.
That is correct. AOAC methods, everyone knows, everyone is using most of the biochemical analysis. What are the parameters you think for rapid detection tools or kit you want to offer?
Well, it can depend, So, for example, for PT, this could be really based on what you need here locally. So it can be developed with local provider in terms of a combination of analytes, like the compounds, and the matrices. The same also for microbial contaminants as well.
So, just a quick intervention, sir.
We are interested more that those instrument machines should be manufactured in India. Because most of the things are nowadays online. We don't want to share the data of our compounds and other things with the foreign agencies. So if some company, as our government policy, they are to translate the technology for manufacturing with some Indian company, then it will be very easily and cost will be very much also reduced. Otherwise, we can introduce here, but that will be costing will be 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs. So only it will be within the laboratory. It will not go to the public. So that kind of things we can welcome if it happens.
I'll take your leave, but you can continue the discussion.
I have a point, sir.
Honorable CEO, sir, and right, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I have a point, sir. Can I come in?
Yes, so right now we already have an MOU, and what I understand Dr. Katrina is trying to say here is just that we have a full-fledged panel on methods, sampling and methods. So if there is some kind of interaction collaboration which is feasible on method development side, or maybe the new work which is going on in AOAC, and more importantly on the rapid detection kits. So the chair methods is not with us today, Dr. Kaushik Banerjee, otherwise we would have been immediately taking some call. But irrespective of that, what I understand from our end is that we will be scheduling virtual interactions with you. And I understand that our scientific committee members are also on the same page, that for this kind of exercise we can always interact with each other, because these are method development exercises or any PT kind of exercises where it is and required, or any new, basically the very, very new insights and on the challenging issues if there are any. So then over to members if they would want to supplement anything to this kind of proposal during the panel meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing
if
is
you allow me, I would like to speak, madam. So we have so many risk assessment laboratories, but we do not have a single one for a packaging risk assessment and packaging related committee. I mean to say laboratory. And we were telling, I mean to say panel, since so many times panel has already said that there should be FSSI is supposed to take it this as a one of the.
Can ask Dr. Katrina if there are any, packaging related input she would want to give. We can schedule a meeting then, provided there is something available for discussion.
What I would suggest, because for example, we work on PFAS in packaging, which has been of interest.
Ma'am, I had a suggestion. Sir, I think what we should do is from all members get inputs what we can get from Madam Katrina, and whatever we can, everybody's domain is different. So whatever are our needs, we can ask her, and if she can give us some insights of how collaborations can be developed, then that's how we can start. And then we can meet virtually. So at least beforehand she knows that these are the 8-9 items like packaging, for example, or for any other area of tech transfer, or some new novel things, new techniques. We can then explore that whole thing.
Sir, one proposal is right now, because she is here, she has come all the way, and all our members are also here. So before the meeting closes, I mean today's day closure, so please feel free and interact and figure out. And then from the secretariat side, we'll be scheduling virtual interaction during the panel meetings, and we'll forward the then agendas positively to the respective. These are all knowledge sharing exercises, so they have absolutely no conflict of interest issues, and also they fall within the MOU we already have with AOAC. So
I think one thing important, Katrina, is that especially for biotoxins or biological contaminants, since I chair the contaminants panel, it might be a good idea to understand what are the latest things that are coming up at your end and can be adopted. One second, I think one thing that countries like India struggle with is the cost of high-end equipment that are required. So if there are any affordable technologies that are coming through from the US, I think that would be very beneficial. And I think COVID was a good example where people struggled to actually do tests even in the US, in the rural sector. So they wanted devices that were handheld. We have come up with some devices for contaminants or adulterants which are handheld and they can be taken down to the rural sector. I think those areas would be very important for India as we progress. And not only for India, I think other countries now, the days are gone, because by the time the commodities come to the lab, if they are not well stored, then again you have a problem when you report. It may or may not stand the test of time. So if there are things that can be done there and then, some of the parameters can be done at the site where the goods are being manufactured or being confiscated, I think that'd be wonderful.
That otherwise you will be lag behind, that is correct. And then, I don't know, when MOU will be signed, then we'll be...
To tell, and maybe she wants to respond now.
That
Yeah.
perhaps we can have a session where I can provide some overview of the topics which we are currently working on, and then also get inputs on what will be of interest to you, right? Like your topic, for example, looking at, let's say, mycotoxins and other toxins, rapid test methods, validations of, I don't know, like we talk about pesticides and spices, for example. So we can highlight these topics and then understand what makes sense for us to collaborate on. So I suggest to have some interactive session, where you can provide some overview, but also get inputs. You can also do survey, because I can see that there's many different people here, which may have different topics, as you mentioned. So we can do this in this way and then really figure out what would make sense to work together on.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Katrina. So Katrina was our special guest for this session, and
thank you very much
we
for
will
having
we
me.
will do the individual virtual interaction setups, need-based, and in consultation with our panel and chairs and expert members. And I mean, if you wish to leave, the meeting is perfectly fine with us. Yeah, yeah. So thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts. And now that all our members know you in person, they'll get in touch. Otherwise, and formally, we will be scheduling the meetings. We'll make best use of this MOU. Thank you so much, Katrina. And back to the training issues, we need to close that.
No, one issue I wanted
sir.
to highlight in part of training, not for them, for our consumptions, our means Indian context. You see, always we take paracetamol when we have the fever. Most of the cases we don't go for the reason of the fevers. And that's when we get more suffered, then we go for specialized doctors like that. So these things are okay. We risk assessment, risk management, and all those things. Why so that problem should come? What is the root cause of that? We should analyze that, and the root cause of that is our production system, whether it is agriculture production system or processing production system. So I do not know if FSSI will do or not, but FSSI with the collaboration of Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, should have a very big campaign and continuous, not for 1 year, 2 years, just like a Swachhta mission. We should have educational type movement for agriculture, because most of the farmers are very small. They don't understand जो हम इसमें इतना pesticide डाल दिया, इतना डाल दिया insecticide, तो nothing happens. We have to educate them so that things should be eliminated in longer term from the root cause. Because most of the contaminants come from the production system, either the processing plant or from the agriculture fields. So we should plan. FSSI should have an exclusive MOU with the national media also. National media, just like a very good campaign we had for Thali wala jo campaign tha aapka, Eat Right
is running.
Eat Right campaign, yeah. That was a very good campaign, similar type, but that is also slowly faded up. It should be continuous throughout the year, every time. So that you see, our people need reminder again and again. If we told once, twice, thrice, they forget it. So one campaign for not use pesticide, insecticides or any contaminants in a root cause, that kind of, and what that gives the benefit to the farmer. Farmer will only listen to you, they will practice only when they will think that they are going to get some benefit.
Sir,
for that.
allow me to intervene, sir. So, as you know, sir, these are matters of interministerial concern.
Yeah.
So, some of the agenda are not covered by FSSAI.
Not covered, but you see,
Yeah.
it is a national interest.
Sir.
Root cause, so to make this statement a part of this document. And then the Ministry of Health should think, CEO should think, and all have to come together, because food is not only FSSAI Ministry of Health. Food is from agriculture also, consumer affairs also, many other ministries. So all together we have to fight to minimize those kind of contamination from the root.
Sir,
And
so
it will take 20 years, 30 years, may take, but we should have a very big ambitions to
Right, sir.
remove.
So thank you so much, sir. And we would like to now come back to the original agenda of training. So we all understand that there's an in-principle agreement by all the members that this training is a idea that needs to be implemented. And we wanted to bring this thought right here and from the team who is going to now implement it. And we can be rest assured, not only the content, but the format, the way it will be conducted are pretty much standardized formats of WHO. Their own platform we are going to use for the content sharing and all. And the content is, again, as I said, is a standardized content from WHO, which is being utilized not just by India, but several other countries in developing their own similar training programs. So on content side, we are good. Where we were really needing support was the experts from within India, because WHO alone cannot bring so many experts, and for the sustainability of this idea. If we want to go on using this same module again year after year, and it is required because population is dynamic on both sides. Within FSSAI also, the officers keep changing, they keep finding newer opportunities, new people are getting recruited. Experts are also in a flux all the time, like coming, going and all. So it will become a necessary kind of, essential kind of a training, induction training maybe, and we'll go on like that. And now we are beginning with just one chapter, I think chapter 6, Dr. Moise, this is chapter 6. The one we are now bringing in the standardized format. Or the 8, I mean the dietary risk. Okay, anyway, so this is a one, and then further specialized format as we gain confidence with this one. So 16 of the members we have already identified amongst us who have previously served FSSAI, or they are in like expert committee committees, like Kanungo sir is already there, Karuna Sagar sir is there. Then we also identified Bashrat ji from Jammu, so we were not aware of him, like only when we started doing this we figured it out, and some more members. So we virtually they have all agreed, and we thought if all of them will be here, then Karuna Sagar, Dr. Karuna Sagar has already given his commitment that they had developed for microbial hazard training related module for NITTE. So the same material also we will bring here as we begin. So January is the date which is proposed here. In principle, administrative approval we already have for this activity. If we all agree to go by it. So this is where we stand, and now the proposal is submitted for the approval of the scientific committee to take this forward. We will share the structured document also, maybe within a few weeks' time, Dr. Moise. The final structured document will also be floated, and we would like to go ahead with it. So submitted for your kind consideration and approval. Members?
Just the queries. Are you planning for a pan-India capacity building or only for FSSAI in the headquarters? That is number one. Because we have an experience, 2008 we had made an agreement with US FDA for TCGI. Later we got a grant from WHO, then all 2,000 people across India, they were trained in a different zone. So it was kind of a capacity building for till today, 2008 till today. So there is a continuous training program, train for trainer. So it should be like that when we look for a capacity, it should be capacity for pan-India. As you rightly say, people come and go. Okay, so but when they join, you have an induction program, you know. So some trainer is already there so that we can fulfill this requirement.
Right, sir. So, as Dr. Kanungo also mentioned, the first idea is that we begin with the baseline standardized module, and certainly we are ambitious. We'll be able to, you know, expand it in both in scope and range. And already we are okay with the, because much of it is going to be virtual, so it can be delivered in webcast mode. But again, the beauty of the entire exercise is coming by actual active participation, and those exercises which will be time bound and all those things. So we have to begin from somewhere, and we would want to go first in a limited way, and then we expand it as much as it takes shape. And sir.
What we are thinking is, first let's have a pilot scale.
Mm.
So whatever we learn after completion of this study, then we can modify. The reason is, I am not in favor of, I may be wrong, not in favor of trainers training, because this particular module or this particular knowledge will be utilized by very few. Those who are in FSSI, those who are the members of the scientific committee. And as you are saying, that should be repeated when there is a new induction, maybe once in a 6 months or once in a year, you can replicate these things. This is, first let us have a lesson, what we are going to learn after a pilot study of which Moe has proposed. Thank you.
The FSI should have a framework document, written document and program. And then after pilot scale, what success happened, not happen. Whatever success, as he said, a 3 model, one out of 100 we select 10, out of 10 maybe only 5 will go for third phase. Out of that 5 only 2 or 3 will be highly specialized. And those highly specialized will train to other for all 3-4 phase. And since science is changing very fast, as you said, that is correct. So those people have to also equip themselves. Suppose we are taught something in BTech, MTech, PhD level, but we are reading something and doing something else. So similar, if someone want to excel in that area, they have to get educated themselves later on once they pass through the 3rd phase or 4th phase of the training. But up to 3rd phase, 4th phase training, only few will go.
We are thinking this particular thing, maybe for last 12, 15 years. We are not able to. Let us start somewhere. At least I will thank Alka.
I am not going to not start, you start. Yes. I believe that you start and then things will come online. I personally believe whatever comes in mind, start and things will get corrected slowly.
Sir, what I think, what you have suggested, that is correct. Let us complete the program, see what we are getting, how it is helpful. Based on that, we can continue.
No, sir, if I may just come in. If the agenda of this entire item here is to say that we have a structured program, we want training to happen for our FSSA staff as well as the others involved in risk assessment, it's well and good. If the agenda for the scientific committee is to say yes to it, we are all 100% yes to it. And one more thing is, I just wanted to add one small thing. Along with the risk assessment, if there is any small scope for introducing a component on risk communication in this, it would be of great help, because for FSSA, it's a day in and day out effort to put in risk communication. I don't know if it's there in the module that WHO has already done it, but if a part of it can deal with it, or if risk communication is an exclusive training program in itself, probably that can also parallelly happen to a few of them. If the agenda of this particular thing is to say yes to it, we are all 100% yes with the permission of the chair.
Shall we now go for
And
next
we
agenda?
consider this agenda approved, and only additional ask would be seeking consent of our members who would want to deliver or participate as an expert and resource person. So that we will separately request you through emails. And then accordingly, we'll communicate to Dr. Moyes that this is the list of our experts ready to deliver corresponding to these areas.
Which part you want to participate?
Yeah.
Not
So-
in general.
Right, so we will share that detail. This entire, this thing will also go, and we surely plan to begin in the month of January.
So now you go for next agenda, ये तो खत्म नहीं होगा इसे.
Sir, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
For Dr. Moyes, I just wanted to understand the framework in which it happens. So recently there was a program that was offered by the Stanford University. The professor gave the program, and then there were a lot of people from across the world who attended, so about 60, 70 of them. He recorded the entire program, and then he put it online. And now next time, whoever wants to subscribe to that program or wants to attend, it's free of cost. You just need to log in and you listen to the lectures. At the end of the week, so it'll only come one lecture on a day, you can listen to them. End of the week, what he did was the first batch of 60, he said, okay, who are going to volunteer to discuss with the participants at the end of the week. So every Friday, that volunteer, he selected 6 in the world, and then each of these volunteers would attend to the geographies on the Friday for 3 hours. They will first give a presentation on what was discussed during the week for about half an hour, 45 minutes. And the other 2.5 hours or so would discuss the troubleshooting of the individuals who have participated online. In case he's not able to satisfy their queries, then it'll go up to the professor again. So I think in the way things are imparted, it will be a good idea to also see once the first round of people have been trained, is it possible that we can do a mock exercise with you and others, experts, and see if they're willing to sort of do a troubleshooting in the way you would like to do it, and then that could perhaps grow organically within the country. So just a thought I thought I'll share with you.
It's a good idea, but I think for the moment, let's make it simple, and we can develop other.
Fine,
yeah. So
But it
thank you.
requires, Alka, Dr. Alka, it requires a little bit change of the program. But you go ahead.
Scope,
without incorporating all these suggestions, you go ahead and then make a very comprehensive document. For it may take, document making itself may take 1 year, and approval, and then it should be rolling type for every time.
Sir, so a lot of it is based on the existing expertise, and a lot of it is actually not really a paid thing which we are proposing here. That also we need to keep in mind. All the existing experts with Dr. Moyes, all the existing experts with us are contributing to this success of this. This is also another thing. So we can structure it provided we do this pilot complete, and with the approval of the committee, we are going ahead with this. And now another agenda was just a quick round of inputs from each member with respect to the all the panel discussions that you have been part of or you have attended, and you would want us to record something as a matter of action and recording the outcome or the proceedings of this conference. So we'll be happy to take that note. If you would like to make that comment now, each member is free to make that intervention. And this floor is open to the WHO team as well. So any point you would want us to record as an action point or as an insight from the sessions that have been arranged here, because this is a major ask from the ministry and also from the Honorable HFM, that they would want to know the tangible outcomes and the insightful things from this conference. So maybe I can begin from that end, and we just come to.
Yes, Madam. I think this is going to be a best session as well. For last 2 days, I mean to say, we are discussed about, as far as my panel are concerned, the packaging. We understand that packaging, especially a food packaging, is have a lot of hazard associated to it. So I really would like to, first of all, I really would like to, from the panel also, many times we have told that food packaging laboratory has to be established within the framework of the FSSI, so that the holistic risk assessment as far as the packaging are concerned, whether it is going to be a plastic, metal, glass or whatever it is, has to be done at one place holistically. That what I really would like to convey. And another is that we have to come forward on the compostable food packaging. So that regulations has to be also be built in order to come up with the alternate food packaging, food packaging for application in the food contact as a food contact material. These two things are there.
Speak in terms of bullets, 1 bullet, 2 bullets, no need of introduction.
So, sir, is this related to this session only? Or?
No.
TFRS 2025, we all are answerable to the government. What did we learn, or what did we discover here, and what is our action
for this
point?
session, or you want to have it
all
for
anything that you have
for 2
attended
days?
here, sir.
So
Everything.
I think, okay, that's great. One, I think it was very good that we could share a common platform with international regulators. Also, it is good that where we talk of codex and other international bodies, they also would understand the Indian context of how we regulate food, and I think there was a very positive sort of response from the international regulators, the way India is progressing in terms of good food regulation. And I think the second thing I would say that because Indian food, as several people have mentioned, contains the entire diversity of the globe, and maybe more than that. So I think it's very important for us to fix our own regulations, and if those foods are being packaged and produced elsewhere, they should follow our standards rather than vice versa. Then I think that is more important for us, because I was just discussing with Dr. Subbarao, one food or one recipe manufactured or eaten in the north is in a different form, south is different from, east, west different from, same recipe. But ingredients are different. So we need to be cognizant of the fact it's very difficult for, suddenly you ask Codex to do it, it will not be possible. So I think we need to inbuild capacity in our own country, follow what we do best, and then if Codex follows, fine. If we have our own standards which are stringent enough, that's fine too. So I think that's my limited point. Thank you.
Any other? Yeah, Bodhi?
I think we should, from this proceedings of this meeting, maybe 3-4 first areas we can write simple white papers, both for public as well as for the policymakers. And I think we can have this compiled by people who did the panels with some experts. That might be not a bad idea.
Next.
In fact, I meet a lot of students from nutrition and food technology across the country. But one of the important things is there are a lot of information in FSSAI website. But then when it comes to the students' knowledge regarding the same, is very, very minimal. So I would request FSSAI to look in with all the deliberations that we had on capacity building and risk management and risk assessments and all that, whether this can be translated into a certificate course for students in various universities. And this can be taken up by the students, because at present the students are permitted to take certificate course along with their degree courses. So this would be a very important thing, so that the percolation of the knowledge that is already available in FSSAI can now be disseminated to the universities. And this can be a part of the credit course also. At present, they can actually do 2 certificate courses per year along with their degree.
Just 1 second,
Yeah.
sir.
Hello. Yeah.
Dr. Appaya.
Yeah. Actually,
this you want to introduce as a separate certificate course.
Yeah.
What I was thinking was actually whether this could be included in the curriculum they have. One of the papers, like for example, analytical chemistry course is there. So for example, in that course, whether it can be included one of the papers, in the second or third year.
So that would be very difficult, sir, because the universities may not agree. No, but in some university.
Anyway, it is not a doctor. This is being given suggestion. No need to respond each and every session and discuss. They will, FSI will enumerate it, then they will work further what is feasible, what is not feasible.
Give your suggestions.
Why?
But for your information, in BTech Agriculture course, we have kept especially one course on food safety and quality separately.
That's what
and that is essential course.
Because these days there are several private universities coming up and they are having different courses actually, new courses. So in that course they can include this as one of the papers or the yes. Yeah.
Yes, Chairman sir, actually during the 2 days deliberation, what I find that one of the most important thing is the harmonization of the food standards with respect to waive of the non-tariff barriers, because now the trade situation, particularly in Indian context, is not very good. So naturally, this is the right time to look into in depth about the harmonization of the food standards. And another thing is that already many of our colleagues have already said that curriculum on food safety, that should be, FSSI should give a suggestion to either UGC or the academic bodies, right, to include the curriculum on food safety for the future generation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, mic please.
Sir.
I was telling that FSSI can write a letter to UGC and all other that please include, but they cannot impress upon that you have to include.
Even it has been included in the schools also now. Right now they are there.
सर ये GFRS 2025 से कनेक्ट करके बताइए
हाँ
वो
वही
वाला
तो
विश लिस्ट नहीं
माने
बताना
we have to confine what you have learned.
हाँ.
Any specific recommendation to do from the 2 days experience.
And something implementable,
2 days
low
experience.
hanging जो हमारा रोज का जो भाषा है ना
Yeah,
वो भाषा
I know that all are scientists. They can say thousands of things, but only in 2 days what things went very well, and we should adopt it. What things is not good, we should improve upon. Something like that.
And the obesity session has also started, so we may wish to, conclude it fast also, sir.
So, sir,
that
I have a
members can
point
go
to
there
make.
and,
So we could listen to all the other country members, what they were doing, what was being done. And some of those lessons if it is good points for us to take it up and meet it out, that is one lesson which we learned. It was very useful. And we also raised a few standards and also met with the global standards. And we evolved in the context setting, especially with regulations of infant nutrition, and that we could meet out. So that was very helpful. Both Codex and WHO compendiums we used, and that was really workable. And evolvement of new methods which we have done, I think now we can translate it into common usage. Thank you so much.
Can I come in, sir? Can I come in? Sir, actually, what I'm thinking is this kind of forum, you should identify the gray area, each and every member. Yeah, because if we are thinking in terms of recommendation to policymaker, yeah, yeah. So yeah, you can send a mail once we. So one of the challenge is harmonization. One of the challenge. So if you can take a step that by 3 months, by 6 months, we can address that issue. So that is why I request everyone to put it a gray area, and in terms of policymaker, that will be helpful. Thank you.
Hello.
Chairman, sir, can I come in?
Chairman.
Yeah, just mic is on. I just want to make like a suggestion or the issue for research. I'm not sure whether it is appropriate here because in the morning I didn't get a chance. I just want to put the issue. There is a in the consumer at home level, which oil is good, whether it is a refined or kachi ghani or cold pressed. And my observation I am telling, I have observed at least 10 or 20 containers. They have used the oil after a month or two, and then at the bottom of the container, there is a thick layer of 20 to 30 mm, that is the deposition of the gums, which is not a filtered oil. So I don't know, because what research we were having in the last 2 decades, we are finding the problems now based on the research findings. Probably after 10-20 years, we may come across that again this oil which is having a lot of gums may not be good. So can we find out something from the risk point of view ahead of time, so that just because it was good and then why the refining has come, whether it is a physical or a chemical, we need to find out based on the database that which one is
Sir,
good.
we are supposed to use the blended oils and the oils which are cold pressed in the shelf life given. So we need to look at the packets when we are purchasing, date and see, and then use it up. And I think that is always given as a domain to everybody, and all the states have it.
I am not talking about that, whatever given on the packaging or what. Many people, they are just going for cold pressed oil without anything. And many
सर ये स्पेशलाइज्ड एक मुद्दा होगा, पैनल में डिस्कस करेंगे सर. अभी तो विजन बॉक्स. हाँ सर.
Thank you, sir.
परेश
I,
सर.
the last point,
minute,
sir.
sir.
Yeah.
See. No, shall I? Okay, please. Dr.
Sir, only 2 points, sir. During these 2 days variations, we got certain gray areas that needs to be addressed immediately. One is our own Indian condition diet consumption data. Yeah, diet consumption data for almost all commodities. Second point, when we carry out the acute risk assessments, a large portion diet, 97.5 percentile values, that also we need to collect the data for this one. Third point is the processing factor. When we go for the refinement of the risk assessment, I think nobody takes the raw rice or a raw potato. It is always cooked. So cooking factor, that processing factor has to be initiated. Yeah, it's... refinement of risk assessment, which is known as, yeah.
Sir, can I come in, sir? Chairman, sir, can I come in, please? नहीं हुआ इधर. I have not talked. Sorry for that. I think the 2 days was very good, very interesting, lot of learning, etc., particularly on risk assessment and risk management. That's all I got given your time constraint.
Two bullet points. The first bullet point is many unknown facts and doubts were clarified knowingly or unknowingly. Second, as regards the food safety, we came to know where do we stand in the globe, and measures need to be taken for overcoming the negative perceptions, including organizing the harmonization and increasing the harmonization, undertaking exposure assessment, which is India-centric, and awareness about risk assessment. Full stop.
So this regarding Thakur's clarification, recently I evaluated a thesis on oil processing, PhD thesis, where it is informed that it is to go for refining what we are doing is thousands of better than following traditional methods of Ghana oil. They have given very nice explanation, theory, experimental results they have given. If required, I can share that information to FSSI, which will be helpful. That is one point. Second one is, regarding yesterday's whatever deliberations taken place, this regulation about the traditional foods. You see, in the foods you have ready to cook foods, ready to eat foods. And these foods about giving information to codex. That's what I'm telling. For codex, what yesterday's discussion was, each country is having their own type of traditional foods. And they have to supply the information, standards, a regulation, something to codex. Through codex, it will come to different, all over the world something. Like this, about the traditional foods. That is one point. No, this is what discussion, as Madam asked about to tell something, convey message, I am telling.
Sir.
Then wastage of food about 40%, and we have to say wastage of grains 10 to 20%, and food losses globally, something is there. Regarding this, what type of packaging should be done? That is also another discussion has taken place. And today morning, Dr. Bhaskar and Dr. Pawan Agrawal, they have informed about the usage of artificial intelligence and mechanical learning, in which way data can be generated, data can be protected. Regarding that, some discussions was today morning. This is my information.
Sir, if we need to close, sir. Yes, sir. A hard stop now, and we need to just quickly take a photo and leave from this room, sir.
So may I just add to what he just said?
Yes,
May
sir.
I just add to what he said? Codex has agreed, sir, Codex has agreed to look into the new products, which there are new products and new food formulations which are coming, to look into their values also and update them. And secondly, they agreed that each country has their own values, and that has to be compared, not the exact all values of Codex to be adopted. And that's all. And sir, then one more point which I'm missing. Then the GAP, they emphasized on GAP, that each country has to have the practice, adopt the practices by using GAP of their own country. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, yesterday was the sustainable food system, some session was there. Now they also mentioned actually climate change, particularly its impact on particularly new pests and new biohazards. This is one thing. Secondly, microbiological risk assessment or something should evolve with the fragmented hazard testing to a science-driven, One Health integrated and digital and predictive systems. These are only 2 points.
SSI or Government of India has to work on a problem of accepting lab test report from our accredited lab at international level. That number one. Number two, that we should have accelerated method of risk assessment on health. And for that, again, the training, capacity building and infrastructure development is required. Then we should have a national assessment institution. National assessment institution, either part of SSI or something we have to think on that. Fourth will be institutionalize the training. Training we have discussed, institutionalize the training system and whatever we have discussed that. And then new thing I wanted to tell that we should have preventive risk assessment chart. Preventive risk assessment chart for individual citizen of India. FSSI and all of us should work that if suppose I want to assess for food risk assessment for myself, what are the things checklist for me, and I should say every day whether I did this, whether I did that, and that should be publicly available from our side. So one chart, if there is preventive maintenance we have in engineering, similarly preventive maintenance, preventive risk assessment chart, if you can provide to the public, lot of disease and other things will be removed. 6 is diet condition data of our nation is really not compiled, not known even data, and not easy also to get it. On that we have to work. Then fact, what are the things are knowing, unknowingly we are doing that, we have to see that how to classify them, how to work with them, understand them, those things. In this session, 2 days, we have understood that where India exists, and we can compare that we are not so behind the global, our system of standardization, whether it is FSSAI, BIS, Bureau of Energy Standard, is much better than many other countries of the world. That we have compared a standard regulation of traditional food. That is very good point, and we should do work on that, standards of all traditional food, and then that, and finally, that food loss, that is very important. You may know, in 29th September is coming. That is the International Day of Food Loss. क्या बोलते हैं उसको? And we have popularized there. It should be institutionalized in India also. Every day we should have a movement of thing that don't lose the food, and that we are losing more than 150 crore annually. Only 55 commodities. But not that 20% or 40% नहीं है. ये सब गलत डेटा है. We are losing food grains on an average all 16% fruit and vegetable, 8 to 10% maximum in food grains. Let them standard international. We are better than international. We are better than international. I will tell you, we have our government of India data done by third party, by our party with 55 communities, 3 years, every 5 years we are doing. And FAO has also accepted that, based on that, food loss index has been developed to report to that क्या कहते हैं 12.3 आपका जो food loss का हमें achieve करना है. That we government of India has accepted, Parliament accepted, then FAO has accepted. So everyone is studying the research, doing in India. You are helping, I am helping, and then they are reporting bad things, unnecessary, with the wrong data. So we have in food grain only 8 to 10% loss. Average, I am telling. Some may be 15% also, some may be only 3 to 4%. And fruit and vegetable, on average 16%, 15%. So that 9-10 points you can draw as a recommendation, and then you can make the action plan. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And with that, we close the session. And not many members are here, so we can straight away move to the other room. Otherwise, we were planning a photo, but I think we can leave now. So it's going on. Panel discussion, and then there'll be valedictory session. So everybody is supposed to reach to the other room now.